What's up, stream? I'm gonna eat these hot dogs real quick. Then we're gonna do some reacting. We're gonna watch this Jordan Peterson versus Matt Dillahunty. Does God exist? Debate. Play a little Final Fantasy. Yeah, it's gonna be a short one, baby. I think this video is an hour and a half. Probably just be like 2 hours. I gotta eat dinner first. I guess there's a youths game going on. There's cars parked all up and down the street. A bunch of girls walking around out there. A bunch of cute girls. And I think they're playing a Florida team. I don't know if it's like a championship or something, but it's a big game. There's a store up on the corner where everybody parks and then they jump on the tracks and they go down to the game. And this guy's out there booting like every single car. I got some boots. Like, I should go out there and boot some cars and make some money. Watch out for Eva. Eva! I know. That name is a little too close to Eve, if you ask me. I got tomorrow off work. I'm white, but I'll hang as long as I can. This should be pretty short. I'll start this video once I'm done eating. Light gaming and heavy philosophy. We got the atheist, Matt Dillahunty, versus the metaphorical, biblical historian, Jordan Peterson. Kermit the philosopher here. Kermit the psychologist here. And we got some Final Fantasy. So it'll be chill. I haven't played this game in a minute. Floor's probably going to jump on and be like, let's go quest. I tried explaining to her, if we don't have the paid version, we can't group up. So we can't share quest experience. We can't do raids together. We can't join waiting lists for instances together. What level am I? I'm level 51. What's up, Jalen? Nobody cares about Big Brother, bruh. Much and more has happened in Eorzea while you were away. To help those such as yourself reacclimate to the ever-changing realm, the 12 have prepared a most generous boon, the Returner's Bounty. Accepting this divine aid will provide you with the tools required to make that quick return to form, including experience bonuses for partying with mentors, as well as full access to the Novice Network, a chat channel dedicated to lending a helping hand. Accept. Have at least one class at level 50 or above. Have not visited Eorzea more than 45. Except return to the better. Consider Novice Network actor. Experience bonus. All returns are granted full access to the Novice Network. I don't know what any of that means, but... Yo, what is going on? Why are y'all attacking around me? Get me out of here. They're going crazy. Oh, I completed the fate. I didn't even do anything. Recommendations. Achievements. All right. That's all good and well. That's all good and well, but your boy just need to do some quests and level up, though. Once we get to level 60, we don't get any more free levels. Or we don't get... You can only... Well, you can get up to level 60 in the free mode. Uno dare going. Hurricane just barely touched my area. Nice. All right, let's get this video up. That's really what we're here for. Let me check the audio, though. So y'all can't even hear the game audio, huh? Game audio is very low. Let me see. Character duty, system, play guide, HUD layout, keybind license. How do I get to audio again? I haven't done this in forever. System configuration, audio. Listening position, volume settings. Okay, put it like right here. Apply. Change it saved. Close. I'm doing an experiment tonight. Since you say I'm one of the ones who drive people away from your stream, then I'll try to be nice tonight. Yeah, I was probably just joking or just being a little radical. I don't know. I do wonder though what it's like when people come in who are new and then they look through the chat, what they see, what they think. It's like sometimes the chat will be nothing but like Freddy saying insults. You scroll up, it's just Freddy attack, Freddy attack, Freddy attack. Or it's just like Dean saying a bunch of weird stuff. And so they scroll up through the chat and it's like weird comment, weird comment, weird comment. So they come into the stream and they're like, what the heck is this guy talking about if this is what his chat's talking about? So I just wonder. I'm not trying to like drive people away. I'm just thinking out loud. I know what you're saying, Josh. I'd get a new person occasionally pop in. They'd see crazy folks in the chat. I know. And it's like, I don't want to tell, I don't want those people to leave because those are the regulars. But at the same time, it's like, what are people thinking when they come in here? They're probably like, this is crazy. All right. Let me pull up this vid. Bro, I got Streamlabs. Or StreamYard so I could go on Latina and Callie's thing. And now my Facebook is all StreamYard ads. My YouTube is all StreamYard ads. And it's like, I also think using Streamlabs, YouTube boosts you in the algorithm more if you're using StreamYard. I keep saying Streamlabs, StreamYard. I think they're partnered together. Like YouTube wants you to use StreamYard.
Started with something quick and easy.
So this is Matt Dillahunty, famous atheist, Jordan Peterson. We all know who Jordan Peterson is. I ain't seen Cherry Cola in like 3 weeks. She was nice. Gavin was nice too. I know. They got ran off. And then DJ Onpaul's like, that Gavin guy, I'm glad he didn't come back. He was whatever he said. And I'm like, no. That's a not a hot take. That's a bad take. Gavin was cool. I wanted to talk to him about working in a juvenile facility as a chaplain. That would have been a good conversation. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Anyone who can stomach what Dean says deserves a medal. I know. Yeah, well, I know that. I'm not talking about just yesterday, Jalen. I knew I wasn't going to have that many people watching yesterday because was that yesterday? Or the day before? Yeah, that was yesterday. I was actually feeling sick yesterday all day. My whole body was aching. And it was funny because in the stream I was saying I don't get sick. Or if I get sick, I just don't think about it and knock it out in a day. And that's exactly what I did. After I got off the stream, I took a nap and I woke up from my nap. I thought if I take a nap, I'll wake up, I'll feel fine. But I took a nap and I woke up and I felt like crap. My whole body was aching. And I think I had a fever. So I drank some Emergency, which is what this is, which is like 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C. Could be because I've just been doing the meat thing. I haven't been getting enough vitamin C. So I drank some Emergency. And then my boss is like, we got a big job today. Because I texted him, I was like, I might have something. And I don't know if you want to be around me because his immune system isn't as strong as mine. And he's like, well, no, we got a big job tomorrow. You need to get better. And I was like, all right, idiot, what idiot. So I drank some Emergency. This morning I took some ibuprofen, which I don't really do that. But I did because I was sore. Yesterday I was real sore all day, so I just laid down. And then today my back was a little sore when I woke up. A little bit of achiness, so I took some ibuprofen and some Dayquil. And now I feel fine. I'm good. I'm 100. 100. But we had to go fix this yard. These damn liberal college kids with blue hair and purple hair, like grungy punk rock kids. Their parents probably pay for. They got this big old house. This big old property that I work for the management company who manages it. And there's only supposed to be like 3 people living there, but there's apparently like 10 people living there. And they're all like grungy punk rock. You can just tell they're liberals by looking at them. The type that wear masks all the time now. and rainbow cars and all this other weird stuff. And they're in this nice neighborhood. Every house, beautiful green grass, landscaping. These guys are carrying their golf clubs to the car. These guys are total chads, you know. They got a nice tan going. Look like little Donald Trumps taking the golf clubs to the truck. You know, they got nice landscaping, green grass. But then this one house where all these grungy punk rocker kids live, grass is up to my freaking waist. Trash is all over the yard, cups and bottles and just trash everywhere. Weeds growing everywhere. That they aren't watering the yard, so everything's brown, everything's dead, and they've been getting multiple warnings from the HOA, and they haven't done anything about it. So finally, this is the last straw. Me and my boss got to go down there and fix this problem. And it's like, they have a shed with a lawnmower in it. I'm like, do these idiots not know how to work a lawnmower? They have a lawnmower. Mow your dang lawn. I would hate to have the crappiest looking yard in the whole neighborhood. I would, like, it irritates me that these kids whose parents are probably paying their rent and they probably talk crap about the government and blah, 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 but yet they don't take care of anything. They don't take care of their yard. Their house is dirty. There's trash everywhere. And of course, they open their garage so we can work on the sprinkler system. And there's bongs everywhere. There's beer bottles everywhere. And it's just like a party house. And it's like, dude, you live in a nice neighborhood in a nice house. Take care of it. Have some respect for your neighbors. Clean up. Josh 5'7", so the grass was too. I'm not 5'7". I'm 6 foot. Jay's a Wiccan. What the? Who's a Wiccan? I'm not a Wiccan. I need a massage. I need a massage. I need a back massage. Funny thing about my back, it's located on my beep. Hold on, what's that saying? What the? Gotta get Grace Thorpe up here, Josh. Man, they're just getting more and more degenerate. I'm about to unsubscribe just because it's just getting more and more degenerate. Now, like when I first started listening to Ben Thorpe and I heard all the attacks against him and everybody saying he's a weirdo, I was kind of like, no, this guy seems all right. He's Catholic, you know, he's smart, he debates. Why is everybody attacking him? He must be like a decent guy. But now I see that it's a mess over there. They got a transformer on the panel. They got this gee. I'm trying to be appropriate because maybe we can keep this monetized. But they got a guy who's a little fruity, always on the panel. There's always a transformer on the panel, and they're just getting more and more degenerate. I'm about to unsubscribe because I don't even want to have my be like. It's a mess. It's a mess. That's a horrible take. Gavin was really cool. Gavin was annoyed, but that first night probably scared him. Yeah. It was from those peanuts, wasn't it? I'll eat a peanut right now. I could eat one. I ate one the other day. One of them ain't too bad. It's kind of refreshing. Josh took 1 gram of THC. Nah. I haven't had no weed in like a week or two. Josh need a massage. Prop her tea. Property? That sounds like the 19. Get checked, sir. Oh, I don't believe in that. JS a Wiccan. What the? Just got the China virus. The China virus. Hey, if that's the China virus, then there's some sissies out there. Then everybody is a big old sissy. If what I had yesterday was the China virus, then all these people freaking out getting the Vaseline are sissies. Because that was nothing. I laid down in bed for 1 day, and I'm chilling today. Anything for attention from the Thorpes. They really are degenerates. Yeah, it's just gross. Get off the pot! I don't like Ben Thorpe. He was weird that time he called. Hey, he is weird. He is weird. And I think that what they're doing is You know, the whole monetization of polarization, like being controversial gets clicks, gets views. They're leaning really hard into the weird allegations against them, and they're just going with it, which, and it's going to their head. Like Grace talks about, I don't even know why I'm talking about them. They are, I guess they're, they're content creators, so I guess whatever. But um, she talks about being famous. She's like, I'm famous. You're not famous. Like, no, you're not. You're not even remotely famous unless you have like 100,000 subs and 1,000 people watching every stream. You're not famous. Like, I will never on the internet ever admit if I ever been high. Let's see the peanut Josh Pauls. Grace is anything but famous. Yeah, I know. I had it back in 2019. My lungs felt like they were on fire. I was like, what the? Yeah, whatever I had was not bad yesterday. I did have a little bit of that, like when I breathed, it kind of felt, I've heard people say it felt like there was a weight on their chest. I kind of had that a little bit. It was more like I was breathing in. It was weird. It was like when I breathed, yeah, maybe like a weight on my chest. That's the same thing my boss said to me. He's like, "You got the coof." And I was like, "Whatever, whatever." But see, now what would happen to most people in that situation? They'd have a little day where they feel a little down, so they'd start freaking out and they'd say, "Let me go get a test. Let me go get a test. I gotta get tested. I gotta get tested." Then they take the test. The test says positive. Oh my God, I got it. And then they themselves. They placebo affect themselves into freaking out about it. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. And they go crazy, and it gets worse and worse and worse. It's mind over matter, man. If you don't mind, it don't matter. All right, I'm gonna do a peanut. 3/4, 3/4 breath, lung, bruise feeling. Yeah, that's what it felt like. Got you sick. Like I don't even know if that's what I have, because you know what? I'm not gonna go shove something up my nose to find out. I had an off day. That's it. Peanut, little peanut action. Y'all want a little peanut action before we start this video? Let's get a little peanut action. We can do one peanut. One peanut ain't so bad. One peanut ain't so bad. Ain't no thing. Woo. Let you know you're alive. Ooh. Okay. Last time I ate just one, it was a little one. That was a bigger one. Woo. I'd stay home for the next 5 days. Yeah, well, that's the difference between me and you, buddy. I got work to do. And that's why America is losing. Because people get the sniffles and then they stay home from work for 5 days. And then our economy collapses. And we got to give people stimulus, which causes more inflation. And now we're in like an unrecoverable state of disarray. That's because of weak men. Soft men. Hard time. Create strong men. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And now we got weak men creating hard times. But it's all right, because that pendulum going to swing back. You're going to have to shape up or ship out. Ooh, ooh, that's a spice. That's a spicy meatball. That's a spicy peanut. I'm a man too. I also consider it. Don't want to hurt my fellow man. All right, whatever, buddy. You keep telling yourself that. Keep virtue signaling to yourself, because ain't nobody else falling for that mess.
And simple, like God.
All right, Dillahunty versus Jordan Peterson. Let's go.
In particular,
Well, what did he say? He said, let's start with something simple like God.
I don't believe there. I thought it would be nice if we started with something quick and easy and simple, like God. In particular, I don't believe there is one, and I have no idea what your thoughts are on it.
What's up, name?
You mean on the fact that you don't believe there is one?
I mean just about the subject in general, but I'm happy to hear your thoughts on about what I don't think.
People take mental health days off. Lord have mercy. Hold on, let me see. Where's the best place to put this? Yeah, right here's good.
Well, it's a complicated problem, and I don't think that we take it with due seriousness. I specifically don't think that the celebrity atheist types, who I actually have a fair bit of respect for, by the way, take it with due seriousness. So I don't think that they take it with due seriousness from a biological perspective or a phenomenological perspective or a literary perspective or a metaphoric perspective. That'll do for starters. I've become convinced that the fundamental presuppositions of our very functional cultures, or Western cultures say, are nested immovably in a metaphorical substrate. And that when you enter that metaphorical substrate, you're in the domain of religious phenomenology. And I think that not only can you derive that conclusion as a consequence of deep philosophical thought and literary analysis, but that if you know enough about brain function, you'll also come to the same conclusion. I think you come to the same conclusion as well if you look at the evolution of religious cognition from the perspective of an evolutionary biologist and not from the position of a evolutionary biologist whose head is addled by the belief that most of human morality was established in the 500 years since the Enlightenment. So that's a start, I guess.
Except,
You gotta go tweet about Big Brother? Who
so
cares?
you have to bear with me,
Yeah,
because I'm from Texas.
that's okay.
Nobody cares about Big
I'm
Brother.
from Alberta, you know. It's bigger than Texas, just as bad.
So the curious thing for me is all of that applies, seemingly, if I'm understanding it, to religious thought, religious tradition, the value of religious identity to individuals. And I don't see that any of it relates
scientific?
to whether or not there is a God or whether or not there's sufficient reason to believe there's a God, which is my sticking point. I'm fully fine with the idea, we'll try and get...
See, Dillahunty has too much of an analytical mind, too much of a science mind, science-based. And he can't separate the fact that science explains the physical. Religion or the Bible or whatever you want to call it explains the metaphysical or the supernatural. You can have both. God gave us brains to be able to figure out science. Science is just explaining the world, the physical world, through observations, testing, experiments. But the Bible doesn't explain science. And Christians who use the Bible to explain scientific principles are delusional. It's not a science book. It's a spiritual book. It's a metaphysical book. It's a supernatural book. And it's a historical book. It's a philosophical book. It's not a science book. And a science can't explain things that the Bible has answers for. Like, how did the world begin? Well, we can't observe that. test that. We can't experiment with that. We can't predict. We can't make predictions. We can't make mathematical equations about how the world began. We can only guess. So it just comes down to what you believe in, and the Bible gives us a structure for what to believe in for how the world came about, like evolution and Big Bang Theory and all that stuff. All that stuff is science trying to explain things it can't explain, and that's true theory. When people say gravity is a theory, they're wrong. Gravity is a law. Gravity is a law. It's a constant. There's a mathematical equation for it. You can test it. You can predict it. You can do a math equation, say if an object has this much mass and another object has this much mass, and I drop something with this much mass, how space-time is going to be warped and where it's going to be drawn based off. You could do math equations to predict what's going to happen. And it's not a prediction like a prophet telling you the future or something. It's an actual mathematical prediction, and it comes true. And that's how you verify it. So the Bible and science are not at odds with each other. But people like Dillahunty, these analytical atheist types, they think that they're at odds. They're not at odds. They actually complement each other nicely. You can be science-brained and still believe in God. Spirit runs through all things. Hold up. Let me holler at Ray, right? Science has failed our world? No, I don't necessarily think that. Actually, I don't think that at all. I don't think science can fail our world. It's just, that's like saying math failed our world. Like, math is just, it just is what it's just observations. It just is what it is. If you take a blade of grass and you figure out how photosynthesis and chlorophyll works, and the plant takes in sunlight, it turns it into chlorophyll, and blah, blah, blah. Like, knowing that doesn't affect the world. It's not, it's just, science just is Latin for seance, knowing or to know. It's just knowing how things work. Maybe some scientists have failed our world because they take it too far and they start trying to affect policies and politics and stuff with science and destroy religion with science, when in reality they both work together perfectly. You mean somebody deleting themselves? Maybe you should know how hard that is. You work hard daily. Hey, I don't know what to do on a day off. I feel weird. Yep. Don't read too much into it, JS. It's a System of a Down lyric. Oh, I don't know. I'm just reacting to the comment. I'm in reaction mode.
Get through this without like raucous applause, but you know.
I don't know System of a Down lyric.
Yeah, you don't never complain about raucous applause.
Because that's a sticking point for me. I have no problem acknowledging that people derive value from their beliefs, whether or not they map to anything.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying something deep.
They can be inspired and motivated, educated.
It was just a song
and
lyric.
Enlightened by poetry, prose, metaphor, allegory. But my concern is, having grown up a fundamentalist Southern Baptist, the people who I know and some of the people who are working to enact legislation on behalf of their beliefs are convinced that they have good reason to believe that there actually is a God, not just that it's useful to them.
Well, it's not that easy to distinguish between what's useful and what's real. So I think that distinction can be made, but it's a lot more difficult than people generally think. And I also think that there's no doubt that there are different levels of sophistication of religious belief. You know, what I see happening in this sort of discussion, say frequently, you know, and again, like I said, I have a fair bit of respect for the atheist types because they spend a lot of time thinking, and that's generally a good thing. You know, I think
they spend a little too much time
thinking. Their thinking, however,
that's
directed
generally
at
not a good thing.
Fundamentalist types, the fundamentalist Christian types, mostly of the American persuasion.
I also don't like that term, fundamentalist Christian types. Fundamentalists, they use that as a pejorative. If you're a fundamentalist Christian, that means you're an extreme radical Christian that takes everything literal in the Bible and blah, blah, blah. You know, when in reality, the word fundamentalist is just a real Christian. If you're not if you don't believe in the fundamentals of Christianity, then you're just not a real Christian. So instead of calling Christians fundamentalist Christians, just call everybody else fake Christians. I don't like that term, fundamentalists. They did the same thing with the Mormons. I've talked about it before. The fundamentalist LDS, or the false, now they call them the false LDS. In reality, the FLDS, the fundamentalist LDS, are the real Latter-day Saints who follow Joseph Smith's teachings. They have polygamy. They pick out girls who are a little too young, and yeah, there's a lot of incest, a lot of weird stuff, but they're following Joseph Smith's real teachings. So they're not fundamentalist Latter-day Saints. They're real Latter-day Saints. And the new modern ones are fake. Same thing with Christianity. You're not a fundamentalist Christian. You're just a real Christian. And all these new age hippie Christians are fake.
Who suffer from the somewhat understandable illusion that the biblical
probably not, Mr. Matt. I'm just going to watch this video.
Epistemological and ontological status as a scientific theory, when it clearly doesn't. Right? I mean, if you're
okay, now we're closer to the same page.
Okay,
yeah.
If you're a religious thinker, let's say,
I can't do the Discord and watch the video and play a game, and it's just too much all at once. It's gonna be thank God. Hey, Mr. Matt, I'm getting real irritated with you being super loose-lipped on my streams. Maybe you feel comfortable around me, so maybe it's a good thing, you know. Maybe we're homies and you just feel really comfortable around me, so you just let it all out. But you go on other streams like Latina and Cali stream, and not one single cuss word, not one single M-bomb. You were sitting there like a good little boy, but at the same time, you weren't saying nothing. It was like you like didn't want to talk because you knew, especially when there was that one guy on the panel. I was like, oh, please let Mr. Mad go off. Please go off, Mr. Mad. I want to see how this guy who's talking trash about JLP reacts if Mr. Mad goes off. But you didn't do it. What the? I'm doing shots tonight.
if you're a serious student of religious thought and a serious philosopher, one of the things you can't claim is that whatever story the Bible is telling is a scientific theory.
It's not.
That's just self-evident. First of all, like, when was the first scientist? Descartes, Bacon, Newton? Maybe you could chase it back to the Greeks.
It's not a science
book,
book,
farther
though.
than that. And so the idea that whatever the people who conjured up the Old Testament creation account were doing was something akin to scientific theorizing is a mistake that would only be made by people who don't know how to distinguish between different kinds of truth. And so the fundamental...
Right. And it's not... And they know. They know this. These modern atheists, they know that the Bible is not a science book. But they'll use science and they'll say, well, look, these people in the Bible said this, this, and this goes against our modern science. So that discredits everything the Bible says. They know the Bible's not a science book. They're just ops, and they're using that to discredit the Bible and to pull people away from God because they hate God. I'm mildly courteous. I don't talk ish in front of women. Josh in chat, what's your opinion on atheists who say they don't believe in God but believe in science as if he didn't create science? Well, I don't think there's any such thing as a smart atheist. I've said that before. There's no such thing as a smart atheist. So, and like I just said, I think they know that the Bible is not a science book, but they'll use science, which is purely physical, to discredit a book that is metaphysical just because they hate God. And I think also atheists believe in God just like everybody believes in God. Everybody knows there's a God deep down in their heart. they've denied God, and they vehemently have to reject him and spread that rejection to pull people away because they hate God. Atheist is a theism. It is a religion in itself. Most atheists just want attention. Mildly courteous. You've cursed like a sailor while there was women in my chat and in my stream, Mr. Mad. So that excuse don't fly.
Fundamentalists, like, I feel for the fundamentalists, you know, because what they're trying to do, to give them credit, is to maintain a corpus of stories in which an ethos is based. That would be the Western ethos, in this case of Christianity, because they believe that the ethos is of extreme value. And I also believe that the ethos is of extreme value, and that it is nested in those stories. And so they don't like to be confronted by the rationalist, atheist, evolutionary types, because it blows the foundation of their ethos apart, and they feel that it's worth preserving. And I think, well, yeah, it is worth preserving. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't philosophical problems associated with the manner in which they construct their arguments. But, well,
what I'd like
they're
is
still
if
worthy. But it doesn't address the issue. There's a deep issue here that we're not contending with. You know, here's an example. This is, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't.
Jordan's overly tense. See how he sits forward? He's sitting forward like that. It's a very tense. That's probably why he's got to eat meat to not have all these immunodeficiency, whatever crap that he's got. He's too tense. He needs to chillax. He needs to just take a chill pill, not literally. He needs to take a metaphysical chill pill. He needs to relax. He needs to breathe. He needs to practice some woosah. A little woosah. He needs to do some silent prayer, Jordan. You're so tense. Look at Matt. Matt's a dang atheist. He's chilling like a villain. Jordan up there tense. All rigid. If you don't want me to curse, just say it. I have said it before. I've said it many times and you still do it. I said, what are you talking about? Maybe he's sitting forward like that because he's holding in a fart? Dang. They weren't hosting the event though, JS. They're all F words. No such thing as a great atheist. Yes. Shout out Eva. Eva. Eva, you know your name is very close to this other woman who caused a lot of problems in the world. I'll refer you back to a book called Genesis. Lord have mercy.
I don't think so. I just finished. Well, I thought about it a lot, you know, and I do try to think about where I'm wrong, because I would like to figure out where I'm wrong, because then I wouldn't have to be wrong anymore, right? And being wrong is actually not a good thing. You fall into a pit if you're wrong.
And this is what I point out in the lecture on skepticism, since you didn't get to see the show, is that being wrong feels exactly like being right. Nobody runs around going, oh, I'm wrong, but I'm going to keep believing this. We all assume that we are correct about a great many things. And it's not so much that being wrong is the thing we're afraid of. I think that being exposed as wrong is the thing we're afraid of.
Well, we're also sometimes afraid.
I don't really care, miss. Well, kinda. On the Saturday streams, I don't really care. I let those go kind of loose, and if it gets too crazy, I'll just make it members only. But on the Monday night show, especially if I'm recording a video, but yeah, I'm just messing with you, man. I'm not really pissed off about it or anything. I was like, you called into Latina and Cali show, you were just sitting there so quietly, like a good little panelist. Actually, you weren't even saying anything. And I was like, go off, man, go off. But no, it's just because I was recording the spelling bee thing. And I want to upload that later as its own video. And so when I upload the videos, I want those to be monetized. So I'm going to have to go through and I'm going to have to put a baba booey on every cuss word, which I hate doing. I hate editing. I hate it. It's annoying. It's boring. I don't like it. It's tedious. It's irritating. I don't like editing. So the more editing I have to do, the more annoying it is. Because now I got to listen to that whole thing slowly and scrub through it for every word. Don't eat that apple, Josh. I know. Eve trying to get me to get that apple away from me, Eva. Like I know what day of the week it is. There's that coughing that I was wondering about. Get out of here, Jalen. Don't see you're trying to listen, just because other people are weak-minded and when they hear stuff like that, they start freaking out and they get more sick. That ain't me, buddy. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. It was just, I was as close to 100% sober on her stream. I did see that your Evan bottle was full. Your Evan bottle was completely full. And you took like one shot while you were on her stream. But it was late at night, so I was surprised. Just let me know. I'll keep it clean. That was all right. All right. Okay. Let's keep this video going.
Of being wrong, because if you're wrong at a deep level, it can really hurt you.
Oh, I agree.
You know, it can really take you apart. And so people don't like to be taken apart. Like if you're wrong about your wife, for example, that tends to be a very painful thing. And that's something that's worth pursuing to try to figure out why that is.
That's why I had the frying pan.
That should make you popular. Okay, so one of the issues that I have, and you can respond to this, is that the let's say the celebrity atheist types, because I actually like that phrase, they don't seem to me to be contending with the real issues. They seem to be going. What are the real issues? Dostoevsky, he's a real issue. Tolstoy, he's a real issue. Carl Jung, 20 books and maybe 15 seminars, he's a real issue. Mircea Eliade. Like there are some serious heavy hitters in the religious phenomenology domain. And my sense so far, I just finished reading all of Harris's books, for example, he doesn't contend with them at all.
Right.
And it's like, for me, that's like being an evolutionary biologist and not being aware of Darwin. It's actually a big problem. It's not something you can hand wave away. Jung was a mystic. It's like, sorry. He was about as smart as Friedrich Nietzsche.
I think this gets to basically the same point I was talking about before.
Right. So Sam Harris is a famous atheist. So when he's talking about the celebrity atheist, he's not talking about Brad Pitt if he were an atheist. He's talking about Sam Harris, Matt Dillahunty, Charles Hitchens. Is it Charles Hitchens? Is that his name? He did. He died from throat cancer. He spent his whole life telling people how God was fake, and then he died of throat cancer. Another example has there's no such thing as a smart atheist. Stephen Hawking, great mind, but he looks like a puddle. That was Schultz. This is a Schultz joke, in case you didn't catch it, but I've changed it. He said there's no such thing as a successful atheist. I changed it to there's no such thing as a smart atheist. Hitchens spent his whole life talking bad about God, then he died of throat cancer. And he said, Stephen Hawking, great mind, came up with all these great inventions, but he looks like a puddle. What's up, Rome? Oof. Christopher Hitchens. Yes, that guy. The non-funny Peterson, as I call him. I thought you meant Ava as in Satan's girlfriend. I don't know who that is. God dang it. Rome, bad timing. I gotta kill these little bird things.
The thing that you're objecting to, it seems, is that many of us don't want to address.
Oh yeah, I didn't finish my point. So yeah, these celebrity atheists, these famous atheists will write books, but they won't. What Jordan Peterson was saying is that they don't acknowledge or interact with the other ideas that conflict with them from great minds. So it's kind of because if they try to interact with it or go against it, their whole worldview crumbles. Because not all, you know, not all Christians are dumb. There's a lot of great minds. There's a lot of great scientists. There's a lot of great philosophers and theologians who they're very smart, intelligent people who believe in God. And the atheists don't want to believe that because they're like, how could you be smart and believe in God? Crazy. It's crazy.
The aspects of religion that you find value in.
Obama gaming.
Focused on, perhaps as I'm talking in the show, from a scientific skepticism perspective of, are there valid and sound arguments that would lead one to conclude that a God exists? My answer to this so far seems to be no. And the apologists, the theologians, they keep presenting the arguments, the teleological arguments, the moral arguments, and all these things. They have nothing to do with the phenomenology of religion. They have nothing to do with how this impacts people's lives. This is a question of, is it in fact the case?
It impacts people's lives for the positive. What's wrong with that?
There is a God. And is it consistent with reality that there is good reason to believe there's a God? That is where the focus is primarily.
Yeah, and it's usually construed as a scientific issue.
Well, it's not so. I would never construe it as a scientific issue because science can't confirm the supernatural. I mean, we are blocked until somebody demonstrates a mechanism by which we can explore and confirm the existence of the supernatural, and then confirm that it actually can impact the natural world.
So, see, he says that, but then everything he's talking about goes against that. Why are you just acknowledged that science cannot explain the supernatural? So why do you expect the supernatural to explain science? Like, why can't you separate the two, Matt?
We're stuck, which is why science relies on methodological naturalism.
You seem to be able to do it with psychedelic drugs.
Yeah. How about that? How about the chemical reaction that happens in your brain when you take mushrooms? It's not a spiritual experience. It's not a spiritual experience. These hippies who think that they're going on a spiritual journey when they take mushrooms. Oh, but we all had the same experience. We all saw the same beings when we all took DMT. That's because the same chemical reaction happened in your brain because the same chemical went into your brain. That's it. It's physical. You see spirit beings when you take DMT because that's what the chemical does to your brain. That's what the reaction is. That's why you all have the same experience. And anybody who tells you that the Bible was written by a bunch of people who were tripping on ayahuasca and the burning bush, Moses, the burning bush was an ayahuasca plant and he was tripping. They've been listening to too much Joe Rogan. I like to call him faux Rogan. They listen to too much faux Rogan and they're dumb. Bottom line.
People do what with psychedelic drugs?
Well, everybody that takes them under reliable settings generally comes back and claims the presence of a mystical experience.
Yeah,
and that seems to be duplicatable and replicable across cultures in labs with multiple different substances, the chemical constituents of which are known very well. It's like it's part of this religious phenomenology, and to me, that's just a set of facts.
But it's a physical. It's not religious or spiritual. It's physical.
To evoke mystical and religious experiences for, who knows, 150,000.
Like if a bunch of people take cocaine, they're all probably going to feel like they took cocaine. You know, that's not, and it is studyable. That's scientific. You can study that. The same way if a bunch of people take magic mushrooms, they're all going to have the same experience. But then since they all have the same experience, they call it a spiritual or mystical experience. It's not spiritual or mystical. It's physical.
Years, maybe. Sure. We can at least infer that.
Shout out to Brains.
We have no idea whatsoever how much of an effect the use of those substances has had on the metaphysical substrate of our culture.
Josh, I really want you to get drunk with us for my birthday next week. I don't get drunk. You know how much I would have to drink to get drunk, bro? I don't get drunk. First off, I don't drink liquor. Second off, do you know how much beer it would take me to get drunk? I'd have to drink like a 24-pack of beers to myself fast to get drunk. I don't get drunk like that. And I don't want to either. I have no desire to do that.
Culture. Like, so what constitutes scientific data here is by no means clear. Here's an example of this, for example. So,
well, before the example,
yeah.
as someone who's been high as a kite, I fully agree that people take drugs and report experiences that they describe as mystical or supernatural. Just like people record other experiences as if they were religious or ghosts or whatever. We have no way of confirming that this something mystical or supernatural actually can happen. What
I agree.
This is about the language.
Stops people from smoking.
Well, you can stop smoking without any sort of supernatural intervention.
No, not really.
You can't stop smoking without supernatural?
There aren't really any reliable chemical means for inducing smoking cessation. You can use a drug called bupropion. I think that's the one. Whatever Wellbutrin is.
Is that supernatural?
No, you don't need a supernatural effect, but it doesn't work very well. But if you give people magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and they
Yeah, but people have stopped smoking without any drugs, without any spiritual experience. So, I think JP is wrong on this one. 8 shots of Evan Williams? Yes. If I drank liquor, I would get drunk. I'm just saying, I don't get ready for the wheels to fall off. My ninja! Mr. Mac! Can't put those words in the chat. Getting drunk is not good. Why can't I attack this guy? That dude totally got high as a kite before. Oh, yeah, he got high. Oh, he got high. I saw Theo Vaughn interview. With who? Kermit the psychologist? Kermit the psychologist here. Yo, this cat thing is big. This is a big cat. What interview am I watching? It's not an interview. It's they're at a college doing a panel. It's Matt Dillahunty and Jordan Peterson talking about does God exist?
have a mystical experience, they have about an 85% chance of smoking cessation
Sure,
with one treatment.
but
Yeah,
not-
but that's kind of like evidence, you know. It's kind of like evidence.
It's
And
evidence that you can take mushrooms and increase your chance of quitting smoking. But
No, it's not. It's indication that if you take mushrooms and you have a mystical experience, you'll stop smoking because it doesn't work.
Okay, if you take mushrooms and you have an experience that you describe as mystical, then you'll increase your chance of smoking. But that doesn't tell me whether or not there was something to this notion that they had an experience that was supernatural in any sense.
Right.
Well, it's not definitive evidence.
It's not evidence at all.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
No,
How is it? Wait a second. Wait a second.
So I listened to a little bit of this already while I was working earlier today, like first half hour. And the audience is obviously a bunch of college student, atheist, God-hating liberals because the only applause breaks are for Dillahunty. They won't applaud for Jordan Peterson. They're probably liberals, and they're probably dumb college students. So Dillahunty's going to get all the applause breaks here. Just so you know.
Second. That's wrong. With multiple different substances, the chemical constituents of which are known very well. With multiple different substances,
What did I do?
the chemical constituents of which...
How this impacts people's lives. This is a question of, is it in fact the case? Is it consistent with reality that there is a God? And is it consistent with reality that there is good reason to believe there's a God?
I freaking hit back. Where were we at?
permanently altered in life in regard. And not only that, from death, we're likely to quit Cybin for don't get in too much of a hurry objects without being able to demonstrate their mystical experience. Okay, you have a pharmacological. Well, it's not definitive evidence.
There we go.
It's not evidence at all.
Oh, sure it is. Oh, sure it is.
No,
how is it? Wait a second. Wait a second. That's wrong.
Okay.
It is evidence. So, because look
no, he's right.
You want to speak.
He's right.
You want to think through this skeptically. Okay. You have a pharmacological substance, it's psilocybin. You give it to people who are trying to quit smoking. The psilocybin doesn't directly have an impact on the smoking behavior. It has to elicit what's described subjectively as a mystical experience. And you can get physiological indicators of that mystical experience. And you might say, well, that's not enough to prove that it's a mystical experience, but, you know, you're conscious and I accept
Royal
that.
Crispy
It's like you
Snack
accept all sorts of things without being able to demonstrate their validity on
Okay,
every
quit being an
possible
ad bot
objective,
for Big Brother.
every
Nobody
possible
watches that
objective
dumb
criteria.
show.
So don't get in too much of a hurry. It's a serious issue. If you give people psilocybin, for example, and they have a mystical experience, not only are they much more likely to quit smoking, which is really something, but they're also much less likely to suffer from death anxiety if they have cancer. Like, that's quite the thing.
Death
and
anxiety.
Not only that, if you test them a year later and they've had a mystical...
If you have cancer, you get death anxiety? I guess that makes sense, but dang, it's like you already dying and you got death anxiety on top of it? What the?
Experience, which the majority of them regard as the most significant one, two, or three experiences of their life, including such things as getting married, their personalities are permanently altered in the direction of more openness to experience and more creativity by a standard deviation. Like, that's walloping effects. So we can't get too much in a hurry about dispensing with all that.
Skepticism, as I repeatedly point out in the show, is not about cynicism. It's not about debunking. And I'm not saying that there is no supernatural and that there is no mystical experience. What I'm saying is...
There's no evidence for
the
it.
thing that people subjectively describe as, I had an incredibly impactful mystical experience.
I think there is evidence for it.
Whether it comes from taking a pharmaceutical...
Maybe it's all
whether it comes
anecdotal.
from attending a...
Maybe all the evidence for the supernatural is anecdotal. But even in medical, they call them medical miracles. I did a whole segment on my show about medical miracles. Well, it was a segment about miracles. And then in the segment, I talked about medical miracles. Even doctors refer to these things as medical miracles. There are things that have happened in hospitals that cannot be explained. There's no explanation for it. People have come back from the dead. Joe Rogan will talk about, no, you believe in zombie Jesus? You believe in zombie Jesus coming back from the dead? Bro, go look at all the examples of people coming back from the dead. It happens all the time. It's actually quite frequently. It's quite frequent. My heart has stopped twice. I've died, technically. And I came back. We resuscitate people. What do you think that clear? What do you think that is? Bringing people back from the dead. What the? And they have medical miracles. They have crazy things that happen in hospitals that nobody can explain. There's kids who have gone underwater in icy water, been pulled up 45 minutes later, resuscitated, no brain damage. They're walking around fine the next day. Like, it happens all the time. There is evidence for the supernatural. You want a scientific explanation for God? Impossibility. The variability, the insane variables that must be met for just the simplest things that we take for granted, like our eyeballs. For an eyeball to work, there's like almost an infinite number of variables that have to be met for the human eye to work. And we have 7 billion people on Earth. Most of them have 2 eyeballs that work. And so just one of those eyeballs, the variables that are required for that to work, is impossible. Yet it works. And you think the eyeball's complex? Well, look at the brain. Wait till you get to the brain. It's even more complex than the eyeball. And then we got things as complex as the eyeball and the brain flying around. These stupid wasps that stung Echo the other day. These wasps are so complex. We can't recreate them. We can make a little robot wasp, but it's nowhere near as efficient and as miraculous as a wasp that stings my dog and then I spray him with bug spray. It's all a miracle. It's all insanely impossible that the world works the way it does. That a billion sperms went into a dang vajayjay and you popped out. And now here and I popped out and we're all the strongest sperm and we're all sitting here talking on this internet that shouldn't work. None of this stuff should work. What do you mean? That's scientific proof of God. Like, None of this stuff should work. Not the whole universe should not work. What holds it all together? I'm saying that's how I prove God to somebody without using the Bible, without using science. They sting you in the eyes. I love my right eyeball, and I have it now once again because of modern medicine twice. No sudden movements around wasps. Yeah, Echo tried to bite a wasp like a dummy, and he got stung. And he went, arr, 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 and he ran inside the house. He was shaking. He was shaking like a mug. I had a retinal detachment surgery. And see, that's the fact that we have doctors, optometrists. Actually, that whole, a lot of what I just said comes from a book I read when I was in jail when I was like 17 from an optometrist in Florida named Dr. James P. Gills. If you ever want to read a Christian scientist who proves God using only science, read James P. Gills. He's an optometrist out of Florida, and he explains it crazily. He basically talks about how complex the human eye is, and that the amount of variables that it takes to make an eyeball work is the same amount of variables that it takes to have a planet that sustains life in the universe, and that as far as we can see, as far as we have evidence for, there's only one planet in the entire universe that can sustain life. And I believe that. I think we are unique. I think we are special. And I don't believe in aliens. I don't believe that there's some smart species with space lasers flying around out there other than us. I think we're very unique because the variables that it takes to have a planet that sustains life is infinitely small. It would be like winning the lottery. It'd be like winning the lottery with the Powerball every single day for the rest of your life. It's impossible. There's no way. It should not happen, but it has happened here. And then on this planet, which is infinitely impossible to exist, but it does exist. On this planet, we got 14 billion eyeballs that are all just as complex as this planet. On this planet. It's insane. It's insane the how improbable. It's impossible. It is literally impossible, but yet here it is. Deep.
A revival church service or hearing
I got to tip my rent.
Whether it comes from
just a tip. Cats are homosexuals, though. Wait, what? Cats hate me. Oh, that means you got a bad spirit, bruh. You got a bad spirit. I've never been stung by even a bee. Well, bees aren't as likely to sting you because they're going to die. They're going to die if they sting you. A bee won't sting you most likely unless you're just being a douchebag to it. But wasps are a-holes, man. Wasps will like fly at you and try to get you to react. And if you react, then they sting you. So you got to be like stoic and walk by them and just ignore their advances, and then they won't sting you. But Echo's stupid. He's a dog. So when a wasp flies at his face, he goes, "Arr!" And then he gets stung up. He gets lit up like a mug.
Having a particularly impressive sexual experience. All of those things, that is the subjective description of that, which may be because of limitations in language, that they don't have any other. This is the language that
you said cats hate you. Cats love me.
We have to use that to describe it. But that doesn't...
When I walk down the street, every pussy is coming my way. I'm saying. I'm talking about cats.
In any way serve to confirm that there is any sort of supernatural...
I'm talking about cats.
Or any sort of supernatural actor.
Well, it depends on how you define supernatural. Like, look, I get your point.
Okay.
And I'm not claiming that the phenomena of psilocybin intoxication is direct proof for the existence of God. I'm not saying that. I am saying...
Although that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Well, people do report personal experiences of that sort of thing. So it's not completely out of the realm of the experience. But it's also because of the problem of the border between the subjective and the objective. It's difficult to probe deeply.
No, seriously though.
To come up with anything.
I'm not even joking. When I walk down the street, all the neighborhood cats come out and they're like, ah, and they want to, you know. And Jordan Peterson said in 12 Rules for Life, you need to stop and pet a cat. You got to stop and pet a cat every now and then because I guess it's like grounding, you know. You got to pet a cat every now and then. You got to give a kitty cat a little pet, you know. And I agree with that. If a little cat comes up to me and wants a pet, I'm gonna pet it. You got to pet the cat every now and then.
Anything definitive, you know, and I understand that that's a problem, but the supernatural issue, that's a different issue. Like, people are capable of entering different experiences.
I know, I'm being a hypocrite.
Where things are qualitatively different to them. The perceptions are different, the thoughts are different, their response to the world is different. They feel that they've
I'm a
died an
hypocrite.
evil
Dang.
death and transcended their normal mode of perception. Like, maybe that's not part of the supernatural, but then you're starting to define the supernatural pretty narrowly. Like,
No,
do you require miracle, like here and now? Something that defies the laws of physics? Or
Oh
what's
my
your definition
gosh.
of the supernatural?
Are you one of those people who thinks you're allergic to cats because you get the sniffles when there's cats around, or your nose gets itchy? There's no such thing as cat allergies. That's fake.
So there is the natural world,
Yeah.
and then there are people who make claims that something is not part of the natural world, that it has some external supernatural origin.
Gotta give a kitty a
Those are
little
the
pet.
claims that I don't see how we can make any sort of epistemologically sound confirmation of. I'm fine with accepting that people have these experiences. I've been, you know, I was, for many, many years, fundamentalist Southern Baptist, and I remember standing in church and feeling what I would have described at the time as the Holy Ghost.
So I would like to talk to Matt Dillahunty and find out, when I hear like same thing with like Hunter Avalone, Destiny, Matt Dillahunty, these people who were raised in Christian homes. It's interesting to find out what was going on in their life when they rejected it. What were their parents like? Were your parents overbearing with it? Were they shoving it down your throat, church and Bible and all this stuff? Because a lot of these people were raised in Christian families, because back in the day, the majority of American families were Christian. Now we're seeing a lot of that fall away because these kids who were raised in these very very strict Christian families, now these kids are growing up and becoming atheists, and then they're having kids, and then their kids are atheists, and they hate God. So it's interesting to find out what happened, why they rejected it, why they turned away from it. I like finding out about that stuff. What's up, Stubborn One? No, I'm serious. They can kill me? All right, whatever. Whatever. Ever. That's mental. That's psychoschematic. You've tricked your mind out to believe that if a cat gets near you, you're going to have an allergic reaction and die. So now when a cat gets near you, you have an allergic reaction and die. But there's really no such thing as a cat allergy. What happened was you were around a cat. Maybe your grandma had a cat or something, and she didn't clean up enough. She didn't vacuum enough, so there was cat hair everywhere. And when you would go over there as a kid, you would get cat hair all over your face and all over your clothes, and it irritated you and it bugged you and it made you scratchy and itchy. And then you developed this thought in your mind, and then maybe your parents were like, oh, she must be allergic to cats. Let's take her to the doctor. Then the doctor says, yep, she's allergic to cats. And then it's like, oh, well, let's get her on her medication because she's allergic to cats. And then you lived with this your whole life. You told yourself, I can't be near cats. 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 And now you think that if you get near a cat, you're going to die. And you might. You might actually, because you've tricked your mind out so much. So it is real to you, but it's just because you've trained your mind to think that. Allergies aren't real. It's just a mental thing. It's all I've told this story before. I got poison ivy really, really bad twice. The second time I had to be hooked up to an IV because I was going to go into anaphylactic shock because my whole body was swelling up. My face swelled up. my throat was swelling up, and the doctor told my parents he's deathly allergic to poison ivy. Don't let him go out in the woods anymore. Well, after the second time that happened, the first time it was pretty bad. Second time it was really bad. I dang near died. They hooked me to the IV and all that stuff. Doctor says, don't let him go out in the woods anymore. He could die if he gets poison ivy. You know what I did about 2 weeks later? I went back out in the woods. What do you think? I'm from Florida. You think I'm not going to go play in the woods? I went back out and played in the woods. Now I can eat poison ivy. I do landscaping. I will go into a bush of poison ivy and pull all of the poison ivy out and walk out. You know why? Because I didn't believe that stupid doctor and fall for that mess. I built up immunities to the poison ivy. After the second time, when it was really severe, I was pretty much immune to it. But if I would have listened to that doctor and started taking medication and never going outside and hiding from poison ivy, then yeah, as an adult, if I walked into a bush of poison ivy, it might kill me. But I didn't believe that nonsense. I went out and played in the woods, and now I'll roll around in poison ivy. It's all a lie. Yo, brother, peep the video I sent you. So Jub is the toughest brother? You crazy. You crazy. What about being allergic to bee stings? Put on his glasses. He needs glasses. He can't see without his glasses. Yeah, that's a myth too. I don't believe in allergies. Now, if you get stung by 1,000 bees, like Macaulay Culkin in My Girl, you might die. It's not because you're allergic to bees. It's because you got stung by 1,000 bees, bruh. That's why you died. Has nothing to do with being allergic. I don't believe in allergies. Dijon, our middle bro, allergic to bees. I'm not. No, he's not. No, he's not. He just a beta. He just beta. Allergic to bees. You know what that is? I got stung by a bee and it hurt and it swelled up and got puffy. So now I'm afraid of bees. So I say I'm allergic to bees. News alert. That's what happens when anybody gets stung by a bee. Because they put a toxin into you. That's what's supposed to happen. I'm going to toughen y'all up with this allergy crap. You're going to miss me with that mess. Ain't got no time to hear about no allergies. If the doctor tells you you're allergic to bees, what you need to go do is go fight a bee. You need to go out immediately. Oh, I shouldn't say this. This is I'm gonna get hit with that medical misinformation. I'm just joking, YouTube. I'm kidding. Do not go attack a beehive if the doctor tells you that you're allergic to bees. Don't listen to me. I'm wrong. Wink, wink. Watch the video from Discord. I attacked cats when I was younger. Watch my vid from Discord. I still attack cats every time I get the chance. Yeah, you gotta jump on that cat. What am I looking for from these monsters? I keep killing them and the quest is not getting fulfilled. What am I doing? What quest even is this? What is this quest? Don't let the cat... Speaking of cats, I'm doing a quest right now called Don't Let the Cat Out of the Bag. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Weaken a young coriole and capture it with a sack. Oh, that's why I'm not completing the quest, because I'm not supposed to kill the cat. I'm just supposed to capture the cat. Hold on. We're about to capture the cat. Let's do it. I need to see my inventory. Where are quest items? Key items? Bloodstained sack? Okay. Is that what we're using? Toadstool cap. Makes your friend Cactus piss. Cactus piss. What the? Bloodstained sack. Simple burlap sack with several fleshly cut slabs of dodo meat. Unsellable. How do I makeshift bomb? Where are my quest items? How do I do this? Duty, logs, character, armory chest, inventory. Capture it with a sack. What do you mean capture it with a sack? And capture it using a large sack. Let me stop. Got that dog in him. Then I'll just ask your brother Joshua, who didn't hug you enough for you to be so angry and hardened to life, let down that exterior and just love it. Stop projecting, Jalen. Stop projecting. I'm allergic to their saliva. I've already been tested. Whatever. Whatever, Eva. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying. I don't think you're getting it. Yeah, I'm going to get in trouble for medical misinformation in this stream. I don't think you're getting it. Yo, what are these guys? It's called old school. Real men don't act emotional. You harbor it and have a heart attack in your 40s. Exactly. What's up, C-Sal? Hold on. Daddy Joe want me to trying to interrupt what I'm doing with a dang old thing he sent me on Discord. I'm not playing nothing from Benny Johnson, Daddy Jub. I'm sorry. Not a fan of that guy.
Sweeping through me. Now, many years later, I look back at that and I say, why did I describe this particular experience this way? It's a unique experience. It's
Whatever,
the same
Eva.
quality as something you might experience from a drug, or I've experienced similar things from music and drugs.
Oh, stubborn one. I already made the joke earlier. Yes, I'm hunting young cat. I'm hunting young cat right now. I'm trying to capture a cat. I gotta beat the cat, and then I gotta capture the cat with a sack. But yes, we've already made the all the cat jokes. Problem is I can't find my sack. Pause. I don't know where my sack is. I have a bloodstained sack. Sack filled with kuzai tazai with several freshly cut slabs of dodo meat. 5 of 5. Quest, who moved my headache? Don't let the cat out of the bag. Oh, here it is. Empty, how do you say that? Coriol sized sack. Okay, so we got to capture a cat with the sack. So we got to weaken a cat. First, we got to beat the cat down a little bit. Let's hit it one more time. Let's hit that cat one more time. And then we got to capture it in a sack. Oh, we captured a sack. We captured a cat in the sack. Cat in the sack. Too late for laundry. Hola, y'all. Doing laundry. Seasal trying to spread that China virus. China. It's a China virus. Let's level sync and kill these golems. Kill the golems! Oh, they're everywhere. Rampart, give me some defense. Oh, he got an AoE effect.
And sex. But they're not all exactly the same, and this is kind of the caveat that that the believers for any one of them would use is, oh, the thing you're talking about, you know, when you had the awesome sex or you were on drugs, that's not the same as what I felt the Holy Spirit. I felt all of them. The reason I would have said at the time that I had been filled with the Holy Spirit is because everybody around me was saying that too. It's not like I have any sort of any way to demonstrate a causal
I agree
between
with
the
what
Holy
he's saying
Spirit
right here.
and my experience. It was, I had an experience, and I, like everyone else around me, attributed it to the Holy Spirit.
What was the experience like?
Euphoria.
Elation, euphoria. I don't think I ever had visions, but certainly it was an overwhelming sensation. You know, you get the goosebumps or hair on your head. And it was, and I remember fairly distinctly the first time I had a very similar experience.
I agree with what he's saying now because I have felt that, and I realized that God is not about feelings.
And then I began to look into things
in my older age,
far more of a psychological perspective of.
So like when you go to church camp when you're a kid, and you're in this huge stadium, and everybody's raising holy hands, and they're all holy, 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 and you feel warm and fuzzy inside, and you're like, oh, that's the Holy Spirit. I'm feeling the Holy Spirit. And I've come to realize that's not, the Holy Spirit ain't a feeling. Mormons talk about a burning in your belly. That's how you know God's real, because you'll pray. You're supposed to read the Book of Mormon, and then you're supposed to pray about it, and you're supposed to feel the burning in your belly. And I've talked to the Mormons about this. I've said to them, so you think that warm feeling you feel in your belly when you're praying about this book that was written by a polygamous weirdo, the Book of Mormon, Joseph Smith is what I'm talking about. You think that's the Holy Spirit telling you that it's true? I'm like, the Holy Spirit's not a feeling. It's a knowing. It's actually void of feeling. It's the opposite of feeling. It's not physical. It's spiritual. And so, and I agree with what Dillahunty's saying here.
What type of impact?
Because I got that same feeling later when I listened to Eminem songs that I related to.
We had conversations about the cadence of particular preachers, because a Southern Baptist minister will have a different cadence than a Pentecostal preacher, and they'll have a different cadence than somebody else, and I won't put on a performance to do them, but we have this intense curiosity as to are the successful preachers with those cadence in conjunction with the music? Are they just tapping into some sort of psychological impact in our brain in order to make us pliable? In the same way that the elevator experiment, where you have everybody face the back of the elevator, somebody walks in and they face the doors, and after a while, a lot of them become uncomfortable and turn around and face the back with everybody else for no reason. It's just compliance.
Well, you don't want those backward facers to attack you, you know.
It would be good. But if we're back to back, you know, I think, anyway.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. Okay, because I think this gets to the heart of some of these issues. So let's say that we can agree that throughout history and before, people were experiencing a set of transcendent emotions.
Church camp was fun. I'm not saying church camp wasn't fun or it wasn't a good experience. That's not what I'm saying. I loved church camp. It was always the best. Every year I loved church camp. It was so fun. We'd do pranks. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. We'd always bring each of us would bring like a backpack full of candy, and we'd fill one drawer with candy. And it was like we were getting high on candy at church camp. We were just eating a bunch of candy all the time. But then I was hanging out with the bad kids at church. One year we smoked pot at church camp. That was in Panama City. We smoked pot at church camp. What y'all know about that? So, you know, church camp get rowdy. Church camp get rowdy. I knew a lot of guys who would meet girls at church camp. A lot of guys had their first kiss at church camp. A lot of guys met girls at church camp, and then they would become girlfriend and boyfriend. It's a 1-week camp, and they become girlfriend and boyfriend, and then they go off, and now they have a long-distance relationship, which wouldn't work out. And it's like, what was the point of that? What was the point of that? That ain't godly. So, But it is what it is. Church camp was fun. Church camp was amazing. I was gaming up the church camp babes hitting Fight Club. That's right. Yes. Yo, you could pick up some girl at church camp. Now, hey, don't nobody tell you I didn't tell you. There was so much sin at church camp. Yes. Yeah. Church camp was a mess sometimes, right?
That can be evoked by music and dance and other forms of ritual and in a variety of other ways. But there's also a profound proclivity on the part of people, for one reason or another,
Jalen.
to attribute those to
All
some
right,
sort
Jalen,
of
whatever.
supernatural agency.
Yes.
Now, okay, so I want to separate that from another line of
Was
thinking.
that a personal
Let's just
experience
leave
you
that
had,
aside.
Jalen?
So we could think of that as a theory about the origin of religious belief. The experience comes first. It comes along with an implicit hypothesis about supernatural actors behind the scenes eliciting these experiences. Okay, that's in marked
I
distinction
want critical
to
hit,
other
direct
theories
hit,
of religious
determination,
derivation, like Freud's
tenacity,
theory, for
or
example, that
piety.
religion is
I think I want
a
crit.
defense against death anxiety, or Marx's theory that religion is the opiate of the masses. Right? It's a much more biological theory, the one we're putting forward.
Sure.
Okay, and it seems to me to be a much more credible theory, even though religious movements can be harnessed for economic purposes and for purposes of manipulation.
Oh, you just reminded me of my favorite R. Kelly song, Jalen, because I was trying to think about. We were talking about R. Kelly. Me and Daddy Jub were talking about R. Kelly the other day. And I was singing, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. But I was trying to think of my favorite R. Kelly song, and I couldn't think of it. You just reminded me of it. It's called I Wish. And it starts out, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world but lose his soul? And then it goes, I wish, I wish, I wish. There's a bunch of little kids singing, I wish, I wish. How's the verse go? Woke up this morning, had to hit the block and see what's up. Just called my baby girl and said I ain't doing so tough. Had to know the pain going on for a long year. Still waking up late at night crying tears. Just thinking about those days we used to talk to me, smiling while I'm sipping on this Hennessy. Remember we brag on how rich we would be. To get up out this hood was like a fantasy. That's my favorite R. Kelly song. I Wish used to make me cry. That's a yeah. That's one of them heart wrenchers right there. I need to be taught still. Let no man teach you. Yeah, that song that's a good song.
Manipulation and all of that, obviously.
Yeah,
So-
I would think that there's any number of explanations I've heard for the origins of religion, and I find almost all of them plausible in different forms, except for the one that asserts that they come directly from a supernatural being.
Well, okay, so that's the one we're gonna
Sure.
we're gonna pursue though, because
That was funnier than I thought it was. I was just being honest.
yeah, well, honesty is often funnier than people think it is.
Boy.
No, it wasn't funny, Matt. It's just that the audience is a bunch of brainless atheist college kids, and they're gonna clap or laugh whenever you say anything remotely. It wasn't even funny, but okay.
I don't know.
So people can have these experiences, and they can be evoked in a variety of ways, and people often find them very valuable, at least in terms of their subjective report.
I agree.
And the psilocybin experiments, and also the large
No,
analysis
Eva,
of psychedelic drug
no.
users, by the way, also indicate that the use
Dang,
of
Eva,
substances is
freak.
generally associated with an increment in health rather than a decrement, which is quite interesting, right? It's not something you'd necessarily expect. So here's a question. Why in the world do the people who have these experiences have the proclivity to attribute them to supernatural sources, like to a divine source? Like, what's going on there? Why is that the case?
So best guess, and this is contrary. So the skepticism isn't about, hey, let's debunk this and come up with. But if we were going to go through potential plausible explanations, to me this is very similar to in the 40s and 50s when people were supposedly abducted by aliens or ran into aliens. They had descriptions of aliens that pretty much were varied and often matched the various monsters that you saw in the movies. Then, after 2001, or after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, the
How do I open
almost
this?
all descriptions of aliens became the almond-headed, this. The narrative in the culture about what an alien was
Converged.
converged,
Yeah.
and people were, oh, this is what I experienced. In the same way that people will, sometimes
cultural phenomenon.
cameras will catch orbs, or
It's,
a particular lighting effect in a house
they
that
were-
is supposedly haunted will be perceived
was
as
mass
a ghost,
psychosis.
as a spiritual, humanoid form. When we, in some cases, can show that that's actually not the case. In other cases, we have no idea what they necessarily saw. But because what
Break
people
my heart.
understand about spirits and souls and ghosts is in like the zeitgeist of how we think, it enters the consciousness as a plausible explanation, even if ultimately there's no such thing as
Yeah,
ghosts.
but that explains why they converge, but it doesn't explain why the initial impetus is the attribution of the experiences to something supernatural, like to something.
Oh.
See, fair enough.
I'm sure that I'm not convinced that necessarily the natural instinct is to apply it to something supernatural. I think it may be more the case that not only are we pattern recognition machines, but we're the descendants of people who, how you see faces and everything.
Yeah, that's a good
pareidolia.
hypothesis. That's the yeah.
And so you see faces, or you anticipate that there's something in the bush out to get you, and when you go and actually investigate and you find there's nothing in the bush out to get you, rather than assuming that you might have been mistaken, maybe it's a spirit.
Yeah, the social psychologists call that the hyperactive agency detector.
Yoda, you're just as bad as Jalen. Get out of here with that crap. Latina and Callie dying to chat right now. She's not even in the chat. What you talking about?
And the fact that we can be, before we had a good understanding, we still don't have a good understanding of death and the mind and stuff. But if I'm standing here talking to you and I drop over dead, there's a clear, undeniable difference in me sitting here as an animated being and me laying there as no longer there. And so it seems a natural inference that something that about me.
You're being a gossip girl, Yoda. You're spreading fake rumors. Cut it out. Jalen's being good right now. You're being gross.
Has left. That doesn't mean that there's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left. We don't tend to think the same thing when the radio stops working or the television stops working. It's not like the man in the TV has left. It's just off. But
I know, Jalen. I know.
I don't know if you want to use
I
that
see it.
analogy because it suggests that whatever's in the TV is coming from an external source. And you're definitely not making that argument with regards to the soul.
Well, the TV
You know what I
station
mean?
isn't in my
We
living
need
room,
to have
so
a
there's at
private
least some
Bible
external source sending it to
Right,
there.
but that's exactly my point.
All right, let's not be blasphemous, Eva. You know that's not what you're trying to do. You know you ain't trying to study no Bible.
With multiple different substances.
I keep hitting the freaking button. For some reason, when I...
There's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left. It's needed being denied over death and the mind.
Yeah, the social psychologists call that the hyperactive agency detector.
And the fact that we can be, before we had a good understanding, we still don't have a good understanding of death and the mind and stuff. But if I'm standing here talking to you and I drop over dead.
No, she was talking about an R. Kelly song. We were talking about R. Kelly. That's why she said pee on me. My favorite song is F the blank globalists and self-proclaimed elites that think they can control us. Their awakening coming soon. Anyone know? I've never heard that song. Even about to study the book of Joshua. Hey, that's the best book of the Bible. That's my favorite book of the Bible. That's a good name right there.
There's a clear, undeniable difference in me sitting here as an animated being and me laying there as no longer there. And so it seems a natural inference that something that about me has left. That doesn't mean that there's actually something about me, like a soul or whatever, that's left. We don't tend to think the same thing when the radio stops working or the television stops working. It's not like the man in the TV has left. It's just off.
I don't know what.
But it seems that those
I don't know
sorts of
if you
natural...
want to use that analogy, because it suggests that whatever's in the TV is coming from an external source. And you're definitely not making that
I
argument
don't know
with
what I'm
regards
supposed to
to
do
the
with these
soul.
chests.
Well, the TV
You know what I
station
mean?
isn't in my living room, so there's at least some external source sending it
Right,
to there.
but that's exactly my point.
Yeah, that's
is
all
that
I was
you,
going for.
you can make a case that consciousness isn't exactly in your head either.
Get
even
outta
though
here,
it's
cat.
localized.
So why would I think consciousness is anywhere other than my head?
Well, how do you account for consciousness?
Well, I'm not sure that we can account for consciousness.
This is definitely true.
But
yes. See, and
I
that's
have
another
no reason to
well,
think that
that's
it's
another,
beyond, what the brain produces. The fact that something's mysterious doesn't mean that, well, if something's mysterious...
Consciousness isn't just mysterious. It's like really mysterious. It's the most mysterious thing.
Okay, well,
right?
the fact
it's not like ordinary mysterious.
The fact that something is really mysterious to the point where I think you and I would agree that we don't have an explanation for it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if there was something like that, we'll say that it's maybe consciousness. We agree we don't have an explanation, or at least a complete one for consciousness.
Or even a partial one.
Okay, sure.
It seems vaguely
so
associated
consciousness
with the brain.
is really mysterious, and you and I have no explanation for it.
It's not
As
working.
human beings, we're uncomfortable with saying I don't know. This is something I'm trying to teach people to become more comfortable with, is to say I don't know. And so when you ask me about consciousness, my answer is I don't know. But for other people, they're so uncomfortable with I don't know that they posit an explanation that they cannot justify, something that's untestable and unfalsifiable, and that is that
not
there's
working.
a ghost in the machine. I can't make that leap because it is entirely speculation without support. It seems intuitively right because of how we view the world. And yet, I would rather say, I don't know, and then continue to explore it, because I worry that by asserting what the explanation is, you stop looking for the actual explanation.
Okay, so you made the case that part of the reason that we assume beings is because there's a being that seems lacking in death. Mm-hmm. And that was associated, I had asked the question about why people attribute their mystical experiences to supernatural beings. So we kind of went off on a little bit of a tangent there, but it was related. So we could say, well, your idea is something like people personify the soul for obvious reasons, and they also have a hyperactive agency detector, and so it's the
my
combination
AOE
of
at
whatever
that?
mechanisms that produce that
Sure.
allow them to attribute supernatural personification
Bro,
to the
are
source
you
of
freaking
mystical
kidding me?
experiences.
Get these
It's
things
something
out
like
of
that. Yeah, okay. So let me ask you something. We'll get back to that, maybe.
That's fine.
Let me ask you something about consciousness. You tell me what you think about this.
Okay.
All right, so this is how it looks to me. I mean, there's lots of ways of thinking about how people interact with the world. But I think this is how we treat ourselves and other people as we see them acting in the world. And so I would say it's indicative of our deepest belief, because I
don't
think
know
belief is
why this
associated
isn't
with
working.
action. So the way consciousness appears to me is that
Okay, I throw a
it's a
grenade.
faculty, let's say, that confronts possibility. We'd call that possibility, well, sometimes possibility, sometimes we call it potential, like your potential. Sometimes we call it the future. So I don't see us as driven deterministically like clocks, which is apparently, I think, although I've been accused of misunderstanding Sam
not
Harris
working.
before,
I
but
don't
I
get
think
why
that's
it's not working.
that's the argument that he makes. I see us instead as agents confronting a landscape of possibility. And that what consciousness does is enable us to shape that possibility into actuality. And we do that with whatever it is that allows us to make decisions. I think that our legal system is basically predicated on the idea that that's true. I think that if you treat yourself that way, that works. I think if you treat other people as if that's their basic characteristic and perhaps their value, that you get along with them. And I think that if you organize your society on that presupposition,
Matt, quit putting that
it
in the
appears
chat.
to be functional. So what do you think about the idea of consciousness as confronting a landscape of possibility or potential? Is there
Sure.
something?
So I don't know that I have that much of an issue with anything in particular that you've said. There's a number of different ways to frame these things so that people can have a better grasp on it. One of the things I know people struggle with is, and we may have to get back to this in a minute, I don't necessarily want to dig in on it just a second, but I would love to talk about it. This idea that absent a God, there's no moral authority. This is a fear that many people have. And when you're talking about viewing consciousness as the way you describe consciousness is what I would probably call our agency.
Okay.
And while I don't think that we have libertarian free will, I'm on record as being a compatibilist along with Dan Dennett. But I also had another discussion recently, so I'm going to clarify it because of that discussion. I'm fine with the idea that we have a will, that we have desires, that we are an agent that is also capable of self-reflection to see what are the consequences of my action moving forward. To me, it does not matter if that is ultimately deterministic, like
Why is this not
clockwork,
working?
or if there
I don't
was
understand.
something that could trump determinism. Oh, I shouldn't have said Trump. I'm so sorry. If there was something that could actually overcome.
I don't know why this isn't working. I know. I guess I deserve it because I typed it in your chat, but I don't think you cared. What is? I don't get why. How is this supposed to work? Why is this not working? Makeshift bomb. Oh, I'm using the wrong bomb. Wait, what? Oh, I'm using the. This is why these quests are annoying because there's multiple. I have multiple bombs. Wow, that's dumb. I don't know how the stuff works with chat, so I'm just trying to be safe. But also, I don't want kids coming in here to watch some Final Fantasy and find out if God is real and see a bunch of mess in the chat. Boom! Am I done? Did I get it? Is it over? No? Where's the last one? It's right over there. Okay. Level 59. Oh no, it's level 44. Okay. Be wise. Lieutenant Galley.
The deterministic view, that doesn't change to me the fact that you would be the agent responsible for your actions. Now, when my lawnmower acts up, I will sometimes anthropomorphically, cuss it out.
Yeah, it's hard to get rid of those vestiges of religious behavior.
But yeah, it is. Touche. I mean, although
That's
at least
true.
I got rid of them.
I haven't seen you interact with your lawnmower yet.
But at the end, I recognize that the lawnmower is not a thinking agent that is not making decisions. And so that difference between there is where I would inject the sort of idea.
You get what he said there? He said, when I get mad at my lawnmower, I curse it out. And he said, yeah, it's hard to get rid of those vestiges of religious behavior. That's a religious behavior. Why would an atheist who doesn't believe in God be saying, gosh dang lawnmower? Why would you be cursing a lawnmower? Unless you, you're basically provoking God's wrath on the lawnmower because you're mad at the lawnmower. It's a very religious behavior to cuss out a lawnmower because it's not working. You have to have, I died? The heck did I die from? See? Why would you get mad at a video game unless there was some sort of provocation?
Is about moral responsibility. Sam Harris and I had an argument in Chicago about free will, and I was pointing out that he could walk over and step off the end of the stage, or I could pick him up and carry him and drop him off the stage, and at the end, the effect would essentially be the same.
Yeah, Latina and Callie. If you're not subscribed to Latina and Callie's channel, you should be. You're messing up. She had a great little panel the other night. I was on it for a little while. It was fun. Hopefully she does it again on a day that I'm not tired and just got off work and I can Why did you take me all the way back to Limsa Laminsa? Why is this guy in a frog suit? Come here, frog man. Keck. Look at this Keck. This is a Groiper right here. We found the Groiper in Final Fantasy. But no, she had a cool panel. There was some cool people on there. She's a lady, so she's probably much better at networking than I am. So hopefully she doesn't get mad at me for leeching off of her community and doing myself a little plug at the end and adding a lot of the people from her panel, subscribing to them and going and hanging out in their chat. And I'm trying to work on my networking skills and grow the channel. So hopefully she doesn't mind that. Gotta get paid. How do I... Yo, where was I just at? Why did you ship me all the way back here when I died? Now I have to pay 263 gil to get back there? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I want you guys to be vampires or leeches. Bloodsuckers. It's less about the money, more so about just getting the word out, spreading the message. The money comes much later. I'm not expecting to get rich off of this anytime soon. It's more so about waking people up, getting the message out there, telling people what's going on in the world, leading people to God, leading people away from liberal atheist politics. That's why when new people come in the chat who might be a little brainwashed, we gotta show love and not scare them away, so that they can, you know, we gotta be converting people, not just to Christianity, but we gotta be having, you know, Trump 2024 in this piece. So we gotta show love. Can't be like the liberals who hate everybody. Where am I going? I gotta go over here, right? I don't want to do this. freaking fate thing.
But the conflict between those two is everything that I describe as will, whether you want to call it free or not. I think that's what.
Yeah, it's not about the money. Now, I would love to make enough money off of this to just do this sort of stuff all the time and not go mow punk rockers' yards and clean up their yards because they don't take care of their stuff. I would much rather do this and make enough money to live off of it. And like Andrew Tate says, you do need money to fight wars. If you're going to fight a war, you got to have money. And we are in a war. Whether you like it or not, there is a war going on right now. It's a spiritual battle, as some great minds say, and some not so great minds like Joe Biden says. It's a spiritual battle for the soul of America. A battle between good and evil. And you got to have money to go to war. You know, I don't have war money right now. So although all that stuff would be nice someday to make a little ching-a-ling off what I like doing, you know, get paid to do what you love, that's the American dream. That's not necessarily the most important thing right now. The most important thing right now is just to get eyes and ears on the spot. Get some eyes and ears.
That's what we value. That's what we care about. I would be responsible for that action. I would be acting in opposition to what the other agent wanted. And I don't know that you have to...
No, that's not true.
And there would be something hypothetically wrong about that.
Yes.
Okay, good. So that's close.
We can get to the...
What are you talking about, Mr. Mad? You've sent me money. You've paid me. You don't own me. What are you talking about? What you talking about? Nobody owns me. You can take Satan's money and do good things with it. Doesn't mean Satan owns you. That's like with Vivek taking Soros money to pay for Yale. I don't care that he took a grant for college from a Soros foundation. I don't care about that. What I do care about is the fact that he lied and said, I really needed the money to get through college. Bro, you were worth $2.2 million at the time. I don't care that you took the money. That's fine. I care that you lied to the people and said you desperately needed it to pay for your college. No, you didn't need it to pay for your college. Just say, I took it because why not? I'll take Satan's money and use it for something good. What do I want? I want these pants. All this stuff is weak. I'll take the pants.
The morality thing, because I think the next question I had, unless you wanted to follow up on that,
I've been monetized for like 3 years.
A lot of, like I was saying earlier, it seems that you're talking a lot about. You haven't addressed the issue. And
I've been monetized since way before you ever heard of me.
Of whether or not there is good reason to believe there actually is a God, as opposed to whether there are good reasons for people to believe that there actually is a God. Dan Dennett describes, there are people who believe, and then there are people who believe in belief, that there's value. And from what you said here and in some other comments, which I'm not going to saddle you with, I'm curious.
That is true, Yoda.
Irrespective of whether there's a God.
Are they running ads? Are they running ads in the middle of this? That's because it's monetized right now. But usually they won't run ads on my stuff because they say it's not. I get the yellow $sign, which means not safe for advertisements. So then you only get AdSense money when members watch it. But if I can manage to not play anything copyright and not say anything too offensive, but it's dumb because it's like they say anything about religion or politics is not safe for advertisers. So I could not cuss. I could not talk about the coof. I could not talk about elections. I could not talk about anything that you're not supposed to talk about. But if I'm talking about politics or religion at all, they say that's not safe for advertisers, which is BS. But yet they'll run advertisements of drag queens, you know, from Google. It's disgusting. But yes, Yoda is right. If you watch the full advertisement, I make more AdSense revenue off of it. But it's still not much. It's like pennies. But it adds up. Lady Seesaw is monetized too? Ooh, it was a good ad? Nice. It was a good ad. That's what's up.
What is it that you fear we would lose?
I like
if
when they play a
people
good ad.
Stopped believing that there was a God.
As long as you
or
don't get
believing
the
there was value and believing
Yo, that one ad for Google Fiber, y'all know the one I'm talking about, where it's a drag queen's like, when I'm getting ready for a show, I have to have good internet because whoa, I got an ad right now. Ooh, that's a good ad right there. 50 Cent, Curtis Jackson. Is this Intangibles? What is this called? Extremes 4, 6, New Blood. Jason Statham, same attitude. Curtis Jackson, George Clooney. That's not George Clooney. That's Expendables. That's what it's called. Stallone, Sylvester Stallone.
We'd lose the metaphoric substrate of our.
When I'm getting ready for a show, I have to make sure I have good internet because my clients want to make sure if you spend 2 hours getting ready for a show and your internet goes out, oh, that ad right there, that ad infuriates me. Hola, señorita. Hola, Latina.
Ethos, and we'd be lost.
And so
where's Rome? Rome was here earlier.
I think Nietzsche
an
was
uneducated.
right about that.
So I really want to know, and I'm not
Yeah,
being a dick. I want to know what you mean by metaphorical substrate, because saying we're going to lose it. So there's the idea. When I ask what do you think we're going to lose, there's two things. One is there's something that you and I would both agree we should try to keep.
Yeah.
And there are other things that you and I might disagree on whether or not we should keep it. Because when people say to me, oh, you know, if we go down the road with Dostoevsky, that, you know, if there is no God, everything's permissible. First of all, I don't think that's remotely true, because I have...
Why?
It's a pretty vicious case for it, beyond
Yeah. Explain why it's not true, Matt.
good and evil.
And despite the fact that it sounds monumentally arrogant, I think I can demolish that case in about 2 minutes with a secular morality lecture.
Oh, God.
But...
Well, I think the first part of that statement is right, but not the second one.
And we could find out. But the thing is, there would be two categories of things that you and others might be fearful we would lose, some of which I might agree we should definitely not lose these things.
They can't ground their
Others
morals.
I might be absolutely fine with losing.
Like it that it's wrong to throw Sam Harris off a stage.
Yeah.
Their argument breaks down because their morals are based in harming another person. So it always goes back to morals is whatever's good for society, whatever society decides is good for society as a whole, and as long as you're not harming another person. That's what the atheists, how they ground their morals or how they justify their morals. And it can be easily destroyed because you just ask a simple question. So if society, if the mob rule decides that slavery is okay, is slavery okay? And they'll say no. If the mob decides that killing babies is okay, if the majority of people think that it's okay to kill babies, should we be able to kill babies? Well, based off how atheists define their morals, yes, it would be okay. And then the whole thing I went into Mr. Mad about harming others. Well, what about eating people? What about necrophilia? What about... And you get into some weird territory, but it destroys their argument because those things are objectively wrong, but it's not really harming anybody. But Matt says he can destroy that in 2 seconds. No, you can't, buddy.
I don't plan on doing that. But
Well, we
it
both
did
agreed
cross
that
my
was-
mind at one point.
We both agreed that that was probably wrong.
Yes.
So, okay, so that's good.
Probably.
Yeah.
See, I'm a situational ethicist, and so there might be situations. If the stage were on fire, throwing Sam off would be the best thing I could do for him. So what do you think? What do you think we're likely to lose? What bothers you? And when you say metaphorical substrate,
Wait, what are you guys saying? You're hilarious. Yes, you're very authentic. It's all you can. Hope everyone has a good night. I'm going to take a drive. I'll be listening. Obi Trice, one of my favorites. Lady Seesaw, some mod on his channel was demanding I delete my wrench and reported me to the host to check me out like I'm crazy. What channel is that? No, of course, I'm not monetized. Joking. I don't have a single video. Where's room? Whose channel? No, Latina. Who's that? Hold on. Let me see. I know 2 channels that get over 50 in chat because the people need hope and some fire in their souls, Jazz. Nice. I'm talking about commercials, not the ability to get a super chat. I can get super chats and ad revenue. I've been monetized for like 3 years. I'm talking about commercials, not hobo hype. Well, I was monetized while I was homeless, so with AdSense revenue. And I was an Amazon affiliate while I was homeless, so yeah. Yeah. So take that. Take that. Mr. Mad been monetized since 2009. Mr. Mad could be huge if he would but I don't think he cares, which is fine. So I'm not even gonna say nothing. Who told you that you couldn't have a wrench in your name? Latina? That's what I'm trying to scroll back and find. I never said anything about eating people. No, I did. I did. I don't know if you remember that conversation, Mr. Bad. And I'm not calling you an atheist either. The discussion we were having is them thighs looking kind of scrupulous. What the? Why you talking about Jetty just thighs though? I just Dutch oven myself. It was powerful. What the? I'm curious who was telling Latina and Callie she can't have a wrench in her name. I don't know. That calf meat might be good. People these days are too lazy to have poor circulation, so the meat could be gamey. Jay is probably good eating. I would starve before resorting to snacking on folks. Who said the other day in a chat, they said if you died around your dog, because people are like, my dog loves me. The people who are like unrealistic about animals, like I love Echo, but it's not real love. It's like fake love. It's like you can't have real love for an animal. And an animal does not love you. An animal doesn't have emotions. They don't have morals. They don't reason. They don't logic. Oh, it was a debate with Vegan Gains on Kick or Keep. And somebody in chat said, because he has 2 dogs, which is the stupidest thing ever. He has 2 husky Vegan Gains. He's a vegan, and he debates veganism. Yet he has 2 huskies, which are dogs that are supposed to be in the snow. They're supposed to be in cold climates. Yet he's in a hot area. I think he lives in Florida or something, with 2 huskies in his house. How are you a vegan talking about, and they brought this up in the debate, the one girl was like, isn't that basically slavery? You walk them around on a leash. What do you feed them? You feed them vegan food? Do you feed your carnivorous dog vegan food? What do you have a pet dog? Oh, shoot. You guys can see my Discord? I didn't even know you guys could see that. Why is that showing? My bad. My bad. Chill. Echo does love you. No. Echo doesn't love me. Yes, exactly, Jalen. That's what they said in the chat. They're like, do you realize if you died around your dog, eventually your dog would eat you. And it's a true story. Huskies are beautiful dogs, but you shouldn't have them in hot climates. It's not humane. And the most humane people, the most animal loving vegan people having a dang husky in Florida, that's not like, how are you going to act morally superior with the animal issue when you have 2 pet huskies in Florida? Like, no. These dogs are meant to be out in the wild hunting, and you have them inside of a house, locked up in a house, probably put them in a cage when you're not at home. Like, but you won't eat animals because they're yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, I learned that when I watched See No Evil. Yeah, if as much as you think your dog loves you, if you died and nobody knew that you were dead in your house and you had a dog in there and you weren't feeding your dog, eventually your dog would eat you. So, yeah, then it's really going to love you. A righteous man take careth of his beasts. What was Latina talking about? Somebody said she couldn't have a wrench in her name. Who was that? That's whack. I mean, you got to have a counterfeit wrench in my chat because I don't mod women. But ain't nothing wrong with a counterfeit wrench.
I'm
Well,
probably just monumentally ignorant, but I really don't think I have a good understanding of what
Take
you
a
mean.
call.
Well, there's levels of thought. I mean, every thought structure, let's say, every belief
No,
system
I'm not
is
taking a call.
multi-leveled, like a piece of music. And
I got to get through this video.
there's
It's supposed to be a
there's
short
the
stream.
word in a phrase, and then there's the phrase, and then there's the sentence, and then there's the paragraph, and then there's the sequence of paragraphs within which the paragraphs are uttered. And then there's a broader context of interpretation within which all of that is interpreted. And then there's our emotional and motivational similarity. And then there's our embodiment in the world. And all of those things are operative at all times when we're understanding one another. And as you move outside the realm of the linguistic, like the paragraph level, let's say, into the realm of the emotional and motivational and embodiment and embodied, you also move into the metaphorical.
What channel?
And the metaphorical is structured in a particular way. And this is quite well documented, by the way. I mean, if you look at how...
Yeah, you're probably right about that, Daddy Jub. If we couldn't get out of the house, I would probably eat Echo too. So, first come, first serve.
The hemispheres interact. So the left hemisphere, broadly speaking, and I'm not oversimplifying this except that we don't have much time, is linguistic. But the linguistic utterances are understood in the context provided more by the right hemisphere, which is nonverbal, and which attends to things like the music of language. And so at the bottom of a linguistic structure, there's something that's extra linguistic, and it tends to take form in metaphor and narrative and drama and that sort of thing.
Drama?
And
Who says
the
drama like that?
Landscape is the narrative, metaphor, drama landscape. And
Quit
if you
saying
disrupt
drama.
it,
Dang Canadian. Why are you saying drama? It's drama.
then you blow apart the widest possible context within which the specific utterances are rendered comprehensible.
I'm sincerely considering inviting you to my IG live for our debate. What about racism? I mean, if you could if we're doing it, I'm gonna stream it. If we're doing a debate, it's gonna be a real debate. You go watch the debate with me and Freddie. It'll be a real debate. It's gonna be structured. It's gonna be introductions, rebuttals, and then open conversation, and then closing statements, and then questions and comments from the chat. And there's gonna be a moderator. And it's going to be a legit debate. If you want to debate me, we're going to have a real debate. It's not just going to be mess. So, and I'm going to do it on my channel. You can stream it to wherever you want. I don't care. I'm not going to watch it on your I'm not going to not be streaming if I'm doing a debate. But if you want to have a debate about something, then it's gonna be a real debate. And I'm gonna write. Look, I'll show you this right now. I still have this. See this? This is my opening for my debate with Freddie. So if you want to debate me, just know I don't play. Like I wrote, I'm going to write an opening and I'm going to prepare rebuttals to all of your possible responses to my opening. And any commonly used arguments, I'm going to have rebuttals ready. I'm going to have a closing statement ready. So just know if you want to debate. Now, if you just want to have a conversation about it, we could do that on a Saturday in the Discord. But if you want to debate me, then I don't play. How can I watch the debate between you and Fred? It's on the channel.
Okay, so I followed all that, shockingly. Anytime you were talking about signs and hemispheres and all this other stuff. So when you're talking about the broader context, if we lose...
Yeah, I'm going to call you out. If you make any logical fallacies, I'm going to call you out on them. We're going to have opening statement for agreed upon length of time. Each person makes an opening statement. Then we're going to have rebuttals. Then we're going to have open conversation, closing statements. It's going to be structured, moderated, and all that. A debate is not like debate. The purpose of debate is there's a format and there's a scoring system, and people should be able to objectively know who was right and who was wrong by the end of it. If it's a real debate. Whether they agree or not. Like I've seen debates with people and I've seen debates where I will say the person who won the debate, I completely disagree with. The person who lost the debate is the side that I would take, but they lost the debate because they had weak arguments. They made a lot of logical fallacies. Maybe they were interrupting a lot, or they weren't prepared. So I take debates seriously.
Belief in a God. We lose that metaphorical substrate that is the broader context in which we evaluate these narratives.
Yeah, that really grinds them into our bodies. That makes them things we believe rather than just think.
Sure. But
see, you didn't
what
just
is it about
think,
the
you
narratives?
didn't just think that it was wrong to throw Sam off the stage.
God, Sam's gonna be pissed when he hears it.
Yeah. Well, that's okay.
Well, so
see, there's a difference between thinking something and believing it, because to believe it, it has to be thought incarnated in some sense. It has to be embodied.
When I talk about it, belief is the state of being convinced that a proposition is true or likely true. It's everything that I try to do, I tend to view it in the form of propositional reason.
Is this a raid?
So when we talk about the narrative...
Yeah, that's a problem, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you can't reduce the world to a set of propositions.
Why not?
Oh. Look.
Show me something that is true in the
no.
world that is not a proposition.
Like
you
an
cannot
explicit,
put in
statable proposition?
Something that is demonstrably true that I could not put in a proposition.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay.
Sure you want to go there?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Okay. Okay.
If I'm wrong, I want to know I'm wrong. But I'm trying to... For years, I had this thing going.
I will not let my audience disrespect you. Do you have an audience? How many people? You do Instagram lives? How many people are watching? I'm not being insulting. I'm asking for real. Because the way you say that, I will not let my audience disrespect you. I don't know if you got an audience, because you find out pretty quick you can't control the audience. Like, Unless you're just kicking people out left and right, which is okay once you have a large audience, I guess. But when you have a small audience, like, it doesn't work. Yeah, Mr. Matt is the final boss in the spelling bee for individuals. But then he made a mistake by taking on the team event with Flora as a teammate. And she can't spell nothing in English. Me and Freddie beat Mr. Matt and Floor in the team event. And I was the champion of that. But in the one-on-ones, Mr. Mad beat me, and he beat Freddie, and he beat Floor. I held my own the longest against him. We were going back and forth for a while. We were tied for a long time. And it pretty much just came down to the next person to miss a word loses. Where am I going? They were black and Mexican. You beat a white guy, too. It's black and Guatemalan. I don't think Guatemalans like being called Mexicans. You couldn't spell RSVP. Oursessveepee. Resesfupup. Resesfupup. Oh, I'm gonna die here, I think. This is about to be a problem. This is about to be a big problem. Oh, this is about to be a problem. Oh, I just got hit hard. Yeah, this is not good. I'm getting tag teamed right now. Pause. Level 49, level 49. Might be alright. Yeah. On Monday, Seasal, we did a spelling bee. For like an hour. It was like 5 rounds. We did one-on-ones, and Mr. Mad was the reigning champ. He beat everybody. And then we did a team spelling bee. Me and Freddie versus Floor and Mr. Mad, and then he lost that one. I drank after every word, and I still won. Yeah, he started off with great behavior, and then he slowly devolved into Evan Williams. Yeah, see, so your followers aren't going to understand my concepts, Jalen, just so you know, because they've been given over to a reprobate mind. So they're not going to understand. You're going to try to argue that racism is real from a worldly perspective, and I'm going to argue that it's not real from a spiritual perspective, from a logical perspective. People who are in this world are not going to understand things that are not of this world. But that's fine. Maybe we'll convert a couple of them. Raubon.
Going where people would say, oh, and this is kind of what we're getting at from a different angle. I would say they would be afraid of what we would lose if we lost religion. And I
no, not right now. Not tonight.
Demonstrate to me.
I'm trying to get through this video.
Benefit.
Oh, you'd lose art and poetry and drama and narrative and story.
Drama.
Are there no godless artists and poets?
Well, there are artists and poets who think they're godless.
So we might have crossed over into a problem area.
Yeah.
You see how condescending the audience is? The audience is definitely on Dillahunty's side. And the greatest artists and poets in history were not godless people. Nowadays, modern artists and poets are very liberal and godless, and that's why all the art is crap now. That's why we don't have Sistine Chapels anymore. All the buildings are just square boxes. The architecture is gone. The poetry is gone. Like, nowadays, conservatives and stuff will say musicians and poets are feminine and liberal and beta and all that stuff. That wasn't the case in the past. In the past, the God-fearing men were the greatest poets and the greatest songwriters and the greatest artists. There's huge swaths of the Bible which are just poetry and songs. Daniel, David, Solomon, they were all poets. They were all artists. But now we don't have real art anymore because everybody's godless.
Yeah, no doubt.
I can't draw for crap, although I do draw during the show. But one of the individuals who came to the show the other night handed me something that she had spent a great deal of time drawing. She's a wonderful artist. I'm very grateful to get it. And, while I pretend to read minds on stage, I constantly acknowledge.
Drawing isn't the same as writing poetry and music, though. Drawing is like, you could probably be godless and still draw something good, but to be able to create great things like drawing, you can just look at something and draw it. And then we got abstract drawings that are like, it's like, this isn't even really art. This is just somebody splattered some paint on a wall, and then because of their name, they sell it for a high price tag, or a banana taped to a wall. That's not art. That's not real art. Abstract art is not real art. I will always stand by that. If you're just drawing weird shapes and you're saying this is art, that's not art, bro.
That I can't actually read minds, so I can't tell you whether or not she actually believes in a God, but I can tell you that I actually don't believe in a God, and I could write
But you act
poetry.
like you do.
Huh?
But you act like you do. That's why you didn't
I
want to
act
throw poor
like-
Sam off the stage.
No, now you're making a claim. Okay, so I'm telling you I don't believe there's a God, and
Yeah.
your response to that is, I really do, because I have a moral sense, but my moral sense is utterly without
right.
any appeal to a God.
Explicitly.
Or implicitly.
Maybe.
The
That's not so obvious.
Okay, it's really
See, because
it's
you
easy.
regard Sam Harris as an implicitly valuable entity. Because otherwise you'd just throw him off the stage. And then the question is, well, just exactly why is he an implicitly valuable entity?
I don't
What's your
think he's-
metaphysics of that?
I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense, I don't think he's implicitly valuable in the sense that the universe has implied that there's something explicit about it. For me, morality is far simpler than some people.
Now wait, you
make it
sounded
out to be.
doubtful about that. You know that, like
Maybe you're the mind reader.
Well, maybe.
Because you've already suggested that despite me sitting here and having talked about this for decades, that I don't believe in God, that I actually do because I have a moral code. But my moral code, which I've
I was
talked
more
about,
specific. I said it was because you didn't want to throw Sam off the stage.
Yes,
It wasn't
but
just
you
that
didn't.
had
He's
a-
right.
You didn't
Your
even
God
attempt
is
to ask me
science, or your
why I
God
didn't throw
is
Sam off the
yourself.
stage. Instead, you went to why do you think Sam has implicit value? Because it
Okay,
seems
so,
that in
okay,
your
I'm-
narrative,
I'm willing to
that's
go
the
there.
only justification.
Well, maybe you were afraid of being punished.
I think no.
Oh,
I think
okay.
you can have a perfectly acceptable foundation for secular morality, even if it fundamentally centers around selfishness. I'd rather not be
Right.
thrown off the stage. It's in my
Therefore, your God is yourself, which is Satanism, which is atheism in a nutshell. You do have a God, you just made yourself into God.
best interest to encourage that sort of understanding in others, and therefore I will not throw him off the stage. I would rather not have my stuff stolen, and it's in my best interest to encourage others not to do that, so I will not steal stuff, and I will work with others to ensure that the people who steal stuff are punished. It is in a virtually pragmatic moral system.
Why do you think it's not in your best interest to have stuff stolen from you or to be thrown off the stage?
Why is it not in my best interest?
Yeah. No, you don't get to think, oh, that's
She bet.
self-evident. It's like nothing's self-evident to the skeptic. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh. Well, so
Because if
Got
we're
it.
going to get skeptical here, we might as well go all the way to the bottom.
Got him.
For Sam and I, the foundations, and we're not the only ones, but I tend to reference Sam just because if I say this, then somebody will say, well, that's exactly what Sam Harris says, except that, I was given this lecture before he wrote his book. But his book is better than my lecture, so read his book. When I talk about this, I'm talking about well-being is the language that Sam uses.
Oh,
I don't.
yeah.
I don't.
Sad.
I don't care whether or not somebody else considers that morality. I would think at a minimum, would you and I
Mal
agree that
Burrito?
That
I
whole
don't know who that
well-being
is.
thing, man, as a basis for a metaphysics, that's just a non-starter.
we're not basing metaphysics on it?
Sam is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is, because he's out to
Well,
maximize well-being.
you can take it up with Sam.
Well, okay, sorry. Do you
Because-
think I'm wrong about that claim? That's what I understood.
I
from
don't think
reading
Sam's
him.
saying anything metaphysical about it. I think so. Here's the thing: we are physical beings.
Well, it's his fundamental claim, so it's sort of at the basis of his ethic. And so he says, well, we should work to maximize people's well-being, or at least
I don't know what
well,
you
he
were
does a
at.
bit more than that,
It's
because he
not-
says we should
so he's
minimize their
not-
suffering.
He's not maximized.
Retract it.
minimized in this sense of simple consequentialism. Let me do this.
Okay.
We're physical beings in a physical universe, and the laws that dictate how things work in the universe, they are the ultimate arbiters of what is or isn't in our best interest, whether we know it or not. So, for example, so far as I can tell,
Then why do you need free will?
I don't think
Why
we
do you
need
believe
free
in
will.
it then?
I-
Why do you attribute agency to things if the laws of the
Can I
universe can
get to that one point?
Well, yeah, but there was a contradiction
Because
that was
free
confusing me.
will isn't relevant to this.
It is if the laws of the universe are what are dictating what's good for us.
No, because if you chop off my head, that is clearly not good for me. And it doesn't matter whether it was an act of free will or if it was my lawnmower.
It's clearly not good for you because you think you're valuable and worth preserving.
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
That's the issue.
Why?
Why do you think you're valuable and worth preserving?
Because
Exactly. If God's not real, there's nothing after this life. We're just fizzling meat brains, 3-pound fizzling meat brains. All of our thoughts are the result of synapses and electrical responses and neuros and things firing and blah, blah, blah. Everything is just a biological result of chance through millions of years of evolution and so on and so forth. Why are you important? Why are you important? There's too much carbon emissions on the planet, right? We got global warming. Shouldn't people just start offing themselves to save the earth? Wouldn't that be better for the population? Aren't we harming the world by being alive, a lot of us? Shouldn't people just be offing themselves left and right to save the planet? That would be morally just in an atheist worldview. And there's no reason not to, because nothing comes after this life, and this life is meaningless. So why do you consider yourself important? Why would getting your head cut off be harmful?
Because I am the descendants of people who thought they were valuable and worth
Descendants?
preserving, and the ones who didn't think.
Descendants? What's ancestry have to do with it? What is it? Those people are dead. Those people are gone. Those people have went into the dirt and they're rotting and they're going back into the earth and feeding the energies and blah, blah, blah. What do you mean you're a descendant? What is ancestry? Why does your family matter in an atheist worldview? In a non, if you don't believe in God, you don't believe there's any afterlife, there's anything after this, then why does your descendant, who you descended from, have anything to do with anything? Who cares?
Think that have killed themselves. But this is not a statement about this is not a statement about intrinsic value.
I don't know. Yes, I think
No,
it is. Okay, but I think it is.
Okay.
That was a bad answer, Matt. Your answer doesn't make no sense.
The reason that we talk about this in terms of well-being
from your worldview, it doesn't make any sense.
Because irrespective of whether or not I care about well-being, there are facts about well-being.
Sure, let's hear them, man. Line those suckers up.
If you chop off my head, it's in contradiction to my well-being. I mean, but the point.
No, I wasn't willing to grant that, actually.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't grant that either.
Presupposition.
Yep.
You're just saying I have to accept that.
No, I'm not telling you at all what to accept.
Sure you are. You're saying that your death would be wrong.
I'm trying to explain
Why?
what my position is.
Why would your death be wrong?
But you said that wouldn't be in accordance with your well.
The world is overpopulated. The world is dying. Your death would actually be a good thing. It would be helpful to the planet.
Well-being. Okay, that's a metaphysical statement or philosophical statement. It's not an obvious fact.
That
That's
chopping
not a
off somebody's
fact.
head is contrary to their well-being.
It depends on how you define well-being.
It seems
Sure.
funny and it seems
Yeah, but it
laughable,
But
matters.
if you define
but it's not.
well-being as this glass
If you
of water,
don't-
we're no longer talking about the same thing.
Well, you can define well-being. That's fine. That's what I'm waiting for.
This is what I'm. Well,
You can't do it. You can't define well-being. It's
well, then
very,
why
very
should I try? I
difficult.
certainly can't do it if you keep telling me I can't do it.
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll back off. There's a. Go ahead. I'm all ears.
So, the primary objection to mine and Sam's position that keeps coming back is, why should anybody care about well-being? And we both will acknowledge that this is, in fact, a subjective preference. There are people who are going to care about well-being, there are people who aren't. The second objection is that well-being is not clearly defined. Both of us have.
No, I understand caring about well-being. And I understand that what he's saying is true. I would not want my head to be cut off, and I would not want to cut off somebody else's head. I understand that because I believe in God. How can you justify that stance as someone who doesn't believe that there's a God and doesn't believe that there's anything after this life and doesn't believe that there's anything more, doesn't believe that we have souls? How can you justify that stance? They can't. They can't.
Acknowledged this. It's not as if we're saying we have all the answers to how to go about living a better life. We're just saying that however we're going to define well-being, which is...
What's a better life? If everything's subjective, a serial killer thinks he's living his best life. Jeffrey Dahmer was living his best life. He was doing what made him feel good. He was doing what he thought was the best possible thing he could do. And he probably was having a great time while he was doing it. So you can't, none of this makes any sense from his world.
I say you can start with a couple of foundations. You can start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way. And
Stop suffering.
Well, no, I'm saying you could start with death is preferable to life, but you don't get very far that way because those
You do. You stop suffering. You just die.
Yes.
Right, so you can start with the presupposition.
Except that when you're dead, you're not being, so there's no well-being.
Well, what is being? What is being? When you're alive, you're not being. You're just a function of chance, and you just came about, and we're just a bunch of biological blobs walking around. What is being?
Well, that's...
If
That's
it's
not necessarily the
if
case.
we're looking
because you
for the
could make
best
it-
things about our life, you
Yeah.
can't say death is better.
That's a wild take. That's a wild take that weed is worse than alcohol. Debatable. That's a wild take. I don't think either is worse or better. Um, Arguably, from the Christian perspective, weed is worse than alcohol because weed is instant intoxication. You take one puff of a joint, you're high. Whether you'll admit it or not, you are instantly high off of one, unless it's some swag. Especially with the modern day pot now that they got that's so strong and potent, you take one hit, you're high. So you're instantly intoxicated. You're not sober minded. Whereas alcohol, you can have a beer and not be intoxicated. You can drink a glass of wine and not be intoxicated. But if you're drinking to drunkenness, then I would say both are just as bad. Actually, I might even say if you're drinking to drunkenness, then I would say that alcohol is worse than pot because I've seen potheads that control themselves and everything way better. Potheads that smoke weed all day and they control themselves. They have a little more self-control. They're still not sober-minded, but they have a little more self-control than somebody who's drunk. So, but if you're drinking in moderation, you're just having a beer or wine, I'd say that's better than smoking any weed because weed is instant intoxication. But either way, the goal is to be sober-minded.
Yeah, you can.
Well,
People
I
do
know
all
that
the
you
time.
can say
People
it.
do.
But I'm not here for that discussion. I'm just reacting to chat. I'm here for does God exist?
All the time. They do. No, look.
They can
I'm not
express
being
their
flippant
preference,
about
but their
this.
preference can be wrong. How can it possibly be better for your life if you're dead?
What if you are a terminal burn victim with cancer?
So this is the point that I was.
No, I disagree with that, Mr. Matt. When somebody's drunk, they are not themselves. Well, you could say drunk words are sober thoughts, but no. People who are drunk act completely different than when they're sober. Whereas people who are potheads are pretty much the same as when they're sober. They're just a little goofier and they think they're smarter than they are. but it's nowhere near the same as somebody who's drunk. Like people when they're drunk, they are not themselves. That's a cope. You're coping.
Getting to.
Recordings just got better.
Yes, Seasouth's telling you. She knows. You're the most extreme version of yourself. Meh. That could be an argument. But so does that mean that if you say things that drunk that you wouldn't say when you're sober, and drunk words are sober thoughts, does that mean that when you're not sober, you're disingenuous and you're being fake? Because I don't know.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so
Sounds like cope.
With the idea that for certain instances, there may be occasions that death is preferable to an individual over life. But when we're speaking in broader terms, if we're talking about let's create the best society we can, let's create the best quality of life we can for people, death is not that across the board. That doesn't mean that there aren't individual exceptions. So the foundations that I started with, you could start with death is better than life, but blah, blah, blah. If you start with life is generally preferable to death, health is generally preferable to sickness, happiness is generally
I think we got to do a raid real quick.
None of these are absolute locked in stone rules. From those things.
Okay, so if you start with them.
Yes, if you
So
start.
you're not skeptical about those claims?
Wow.
Well, I'm asking.
I came out and said that I wasn't going to be trying to straw man you left and right.
He asked you.
And now every time I say something, you're like, oh, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, I'm trying to
I haven't
No,
gotten to
sorry. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to understand where your argument begins.
Well, it seems odd that you would come out with, so you're not skeptical about that.
Well, that's a
While
question.
I'm on my skepticism tour, while I'm in mid-sentence to describe that these are the general foundations that you start with.
Matt's
Okay,
getting
that's
a
what I
little.
was asking. Those are okay.
Matt's
but
getting a
what
little
you're saying-
flustered.
If you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not
Because
trying to
he
be
doesn't have
difficult.
answers. Matt's getting flustered because he can't answer these questions because no atheist can. They've never been able to. That's why I say there's no such thing as a smart atheist, because they won't. He's not going to take this debate and he's not going to go back and think on these things. They say they're deep thinkers. They're not deep thinkers. They're very shallow thinkers. They think a lot. Oh, they think a lot, but all thoughts are lies. They're not actually like, I say what the real me would say when I'm ready to die. What the?
You're saying that those are your starting positions. Those are the things that you accept.
I'm saying they
on
can be.
Faith.
No.
Oh, you have a rationale for them.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
You already have. Life is generally preferable to death because we're talking about our life, and death is generally not in the interest of the living. It can be an exception.
That's a cop-out argument.
So you could start with those foundations. You could start with any three.
Why is life important if there's
you can
no
pick three
afterlife?
Arbitrary foundations. And
why is your decisions and choices while you're alive matter
distinct from
if there's no
religious
deeper meaning,
pronouncements
if
and
there's
divine
no
command
soul,
theory
if
and
there's
those sorts
nothing
of things,
deeper than that?
is that the secular moral system has as its goal.
I think we got to do a raid right
object
now. I think we're about to go into a raid, a mini or a instance
Getting better at getting better, which means if you find out that one of your foundations
or something.
is
Something
wrong,
crazy is about to
or in
happen.
conflict with something else, you can now change that. You could start with death as preferable to life, and then when you find out that it's not working that well, you change that foundation. I think that these foundations, based on the evidence of how people tend to live their lives and what they care about, are a good set of three. There could be better ones that somebody come up with. I'm open to revision on any of these at any time. But to say that I'm not skeptical about them is exactly the opposite of what I am. Because skepticism is about, I'm not going to accept something as true without good reason.
I don't know who Fleece
And
Johnson
it's about
is.
being open to revision should there be evidence. If you and I agree that we care about a good life.
Oh, we're doing phase 2 right now.
Good life isn't very
I
well
forgot about
defined.
this storyline.
And we may have different ideas about what
We're
good
about
life
to
is,
try to
but if we
take
could actually
over,
just sit here and take notes,
We're
you
taking
know,
back the
I think that we come
kingdom.
across maybe a handful of
We got to
things
take back the
that
kingdom.
we would agree would make for a good life. If we take those and compare them to the foundations of a secular moral system like what I'm describing, we can determine non-subjectively whether or not the list we've come up with are consistently approachable from that foundation. And we can do that for religious morality as well. The analogy that I've used in the past is for example, a game of chess. There's nothing about the universe that requires that we care about chess or care about the rules of chess. The rules of chess are arbitrary. Somebody made them up. We changed them. We
It does
added
make
en passant,
movies and
we added
food better.
cast, we
That's
made
true.
Things like that. We have the rules of chess. We don't always know what the best move.
Yo, have you ever been high and seen a movie and thought, whoa, that was a good movie? And then you watch it later when you're not high, you're like, why did I think this was a good movie? Oh, yeah, I was high. It's just, it dumbs you down.
Move is. But if the goal of the game is to win, or at a minimum, not lose, then we can analyze the moves with respect to the consequences.
He said, before me stands
and
the
with respect to
adventurer,
the goal,
dreaded
winning,
conservative.
and determine
I
which
am an
moves are better and
adventurer.
which moves are worse. That is what a secular moral system does, because it allows revision. Whereas religious systems don't allow for revision. There's not a Bible 3.0. There's not a Quran 2.0. There's no new revelation from God to say, hey, I said all this stuff about slavery. Now I'm opposed to it. Or, hey.
You know how Jordan Peterson always talks about men need to find adventure. They need to find their dragon so they can slay their dragon and stuff. And then we see a lot of young men who are like addicted to video games and they don't do anything. They just play video games all day. I heard somebody make a great point that the reason young men get addicted to video games and then they get fat and they get lazy and they play games like this and they get MMORPGs and they make communities and friends in these games and they live their life in these games is because in these games, in Call of Duty, you play the hero, which is what men should have a drive for. All throughout history, men have wanted to be warriors. They've wanted to be adventurers. They've wanted to be explorers. They've wanted to go on journeys. And in video games, you do that. So I think video games can be harmful too, just like weed, just like alcohol, just like drugs, but everything in moderation. If you take it too far, it can be a mess. But I also don't think there's anything wrong with playing a little video game in your free time. Are we doing this raid? I think we are.
I was really down on homosexuals, but now I'm okay with it. Hey, when I said that here's what caused diseases, or that you were unclean and shouldn't enter the temple, all those things are actually wrong. The germ theory of disease is right, and none of that's come out.
I didn't see either one of their poems, so I think I'm happy for that.
Well,
So that's not exactly right.
that is the update for the Christians, except that it's worse than the first one.
Well, that's not exactly the point. The point.
Jalen's not a Hebrew Israelite, is he? No, he's not. I don't think. He says he's a Christian, allegedly.
Well,
okay,
in the update, it's not like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got that wrong, or you got that wrong. That correction's never given. That thing about, in Leviticus where we point out that
insufficient
women are worth
item
two-thirds
level
of a man, we got that wrong. None of that's corrected. In fact, the reason I say
gear isn't strong enough.
Although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition, when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife.
My gear isn't strong
enough. And then with the
enough.
introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it.
Hold on, I missed what they just said there. I want to hear that again.
Like Jesus came along and said, hey, in Exodus 21, where I was saying you could have slaves and beat them, we got that wrong, or you got that wrong. That correction's never given. That thing about, in Leviticus where we point out that women are worth two-thirds of that of a man, we got that wrong. None of that's...
It was addressed when Jesus said the new law is love your brother as love the Lord your God and love your brother as yourself and love your enemy. So that was corrected. He's lying there. You see, this is what atheists will do when they start going into biblical stuff. They'll twist the Bible, and people who don't know a lot about the Bible or don't know a lot about Christianity won't catch it. They won't catch that he's lying right now, or he's either lying or he's ignorant. So he's talking about something he really doesn't know about and doesn't understand, or he's just straight up lying and deceiving the audience. Jesus did correct that. That's the difference between the old law and the new law. That's the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. The Old Testament was a crazy place, and people nowadays, until they have God, until they're born again, are living in the Old Testament. And the world is a crazy place when you're living in the Old Testament. When you overcome that and you live in the New Testament, then you realize, and it's not about slavery either, because I've had this discussion with Freddie before. What if you purchase a slave because you don't want them to be sold to an evil person who's going to beat them and torment them? So you purchase the slave and you say, hey, I'm going to give you this nice place to sleep. I'm going to give you food, and you're going to work on my farm until you work off the debt that I paid to buy you, and then I'm going to free you. Which, that might sound crazy to some people who've been taught fake history, but that happened quite a bit. There were many, many people, many slaves who loved their slave owners and who did very good because their slave owners taught them. Their slave owners loved them. Their slave owners took care of them. And they gave them a job. They gave them a place to sleep. They gave them food to eat. And then they freed them. George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington. George Washington Carver was freed, and then he went back to his slave owner because his mama got sick. And the slave owner took care of him when slavery was abolished. And George Washington Carver became one of the greatest scientists ever. And he writes, and he talks very lovingly about his slave owners. So slavery is neither moral or immoral inherently. It's how you treat your slaves. And in the Old Testament, they treated their slaves like a mess. But in the New Testament, if you love your neighbor as you love yourself, you wouldn't beat your slave. You would tell your slave, hey, I bought you because I didn't want you to be sold to some Arab who's going to castrate you and have you working in a desert. I didn't want you to go to some Asian who was going to whip you and have you working in the rice paddy fields. I want you to be here. I got the slave house. It's nice. And slaves wrote poems about how they missed their slave home and they missed the slave days. And those slave owners were Christians, and they taught them how to read the Bible, and they brought them to Christ. And then they freed them. And the evil white man lost what, 300,000 soldiers to abolish slavery in the Western world. But now there's still slavery everywhere else. But where are the evil ones? The Christians? It's because Jesus wasn't about that life. Jesus said, if you're a slave owner, be a good slave owner. And if you're a slave, be a good slave. So he's trying to pull at the heartstrings of the audience, and he's deceiving people about the Bible that he either doesn't know enough about, or he's just being a liar and a deceiver, and he's got the serpent working his tongue right now. Oh, I just clicked on something I shouldn't have on accident. But
corrected. In fact, the reason I say it got worse, although I didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight, is that if you look at Jewish tradition,
you didn't know we were going to go down the biblical route tonight? They're talking about if God exists, buddy. Come on.
when you're dead, you sleep with your fathers. There's no real clear notion of an afterlife. And then with the introduction of the New Testament, what you get is infinite torture and punishment for finite crimes, which is immoral.
All right, so I don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment, although I'd be perfectly happy to do it.
No. The infinite torture and punishment is not, it's not God punishing us for what we did on earth. It's us rejecting the gift that God gave us. It's our choice. Well, choice, quote unquote choice. If you believe we have free will or not, or the choice or not, or if we're already chosen, if God, I believe God already knows who's going to come to him and who's not going to come to him. But it's not like you're getting punished because you stole a candy bar when you were a kid by getting sent to hell. No, we all deserve hell. We all deserve hell. And earth is hell. We live in hell. And we get what we deserve. But you have a gift. You have a free gift that's offered to you. You can take it or leave it. And most people aren't going to take it. That's
next time.
That's on them.
Because they want us to go to questions here in a minute.
Oh, okay. So I want to address the rule system that you're putting together.
Okay.
Okay, so I was talking to a friend of mine who's an AI engineer. He's a very smart guy. And we've been talking
It says
about
my item level is
foundations
not
of
high enough
cognition.
to do this raid.
And you know that artificial intelligence
I don't know
systems
why.
don't run on rules.
I don't know which gear piece I have that is
some of
too
them do.
low.
Well,
And
Maybe I
certainly
need
they
all
run on
level
an
51.
operating system that is full of rules.
that's actually
I'm high enough
that's
level,
actually
but it
not
says my
relevant in
gear's
this
not high
case.
enough level.
But that's the physical
Because they could
foundation.
operate on all sorts of different operating systems.
Well,
But okay, so
But
just hang
there's
on
a,
a second.
there's a foundation. The foundation I'm pointing to is
Oh, this thing is
facts of the
strong.
universe, and that would be roughly consistent with the hardware and the operating system that they're running on. But I'm sorry. I
Okay, well,
interrupted.
no.
Continue.
I mean, that's a reasonable objection, too. But look, one of the things that happened and I think this is one of the problems with the we can generate a rational system of rules that can govern our behavior approach, is that since the 1980s, people have been trying to build rule-based expert systems that can do relatively simple things. Relatively simple. They're not that simple. Like basic medical diagnosis. They don't.
Right, but AI will never understand morality. AI will only understand probability. And that's why we're never going to have actual sentience in AI. You might have... They might claim that something passed the Turing test, but in reality, it can't pass the Turing test unless it can show actual emotion or morality. And it can't. It can only show probability.
Don't work. rule-based systems don't work. You can't get them to operate intelligently.
Yo, come on,
which is
Tar
why
Baby,
the-
get out
why
of here with
machine
that.
learning came
If I
about
look
to
up
begin
and
with.
I see
Because
nasty
whatever
crap
machine
in the chat
learning
from
is
you,
doing and allowing
Yoda,
for predictions, it doesn't seem easily decomposable
cut
to
that
a
out.
set of listable rules and a map of their interactions. The world doesn't seem to work that way. And I would say, back to
we're
the
watching a
metaphysical
thing about
substrate
does God
argument,
exist?
you know, you
Get out of
laid
here with
forward
that
a set of
nasty
propositions,
crap.
and the reason
I don't know who
perhaps
started it, you or
encouraging
Jalen.
about them is because
Well,
there's a
actually, today
there's a
you started
metaphysic-
it, Yoda.
There's a metaphysic under them.
Go
There's
troll
something
somebody
that's
else.
driving
I don't
you
like that
to
crap.
put those forward as reasonable. You say, well, they're self-evidently reasonable. See, my question is,
I didn't actually say it, but okay.
well, it's something like that, because you said, well, reasonable people could agree on these three or something similar. Like, it seems to me that what you're saying is that there's a set of finite axioms that reasonable people could conceivably agree on, from which you could
You
generate
think
a
I'm just going to
rule-based
side
moral
with you
system.
because
Have
you've
I
been in my
got that
chat for a
wrong?
while?
I thought that's
You're
what you
thinking
said.
wrong.
It's
I've
curious
never
'cause
talked
it
to you in
didn't say that, but
person.
it's
I
very
don't know
close
what
to
you look
something that
like.
I have said in the past, which is
You're just an
for
internet
any
person.
given situation, there's a finite set of actions that a
So
person
cut it
can
out.
take, and some set of those actions are better than others with respect to whatever the goal is. If the goal is to continue, you know, a decent life or improve the quality of your life, some set of one or more actions that you could take in this instant produces results that are better in ways that we would agree they're better. Like throwing Sam off the stage. If we were in that situation,
Must be an unconscious fantasy going on here or something, eh? Because we keep returning to that.
And it's fun. But one of the possible actions
It's not tight,
of this
it's
set of
degenerate.
actions would be for me to throw him off the stage. Another possible set of action would be for me to, you know, like shield him. It is clear, and you can say that I'm just saying it's self-evident, it is clear that one of those is going to be more in Sam's best interest and perhaps even more in mine than another. That's all we're saying. We're not pretending remotely that we have the answer to every possible
I don't even know what y'all are talking
scenario,
about
just
in
that
the
we
chat.
have the
Seesaw and
foundational
Mr.
toolset
Matt are
that
having
allows us to come up with the right answer.
some sort of conversation.
And we
I
do
don't
this
Yeah,
know
all
what
but
the
you
it's
also
about.
think that you can do that with a set of rules.
Too much going on.
So first
See,
of
and
all,
I actually don't think that's technically tenable. I don't think
Nah,
there's any evidence for
it
that.
wasn't.
I don't know why it wouldn't be.
It was
Well,
like
you can't build
low-level
expert
trolling.
systems, for example.
Well,
Like-
you can't say that you can't because
well, we've tried for about
Low
40 years
tier,
with no success.
low tier degenerate
40
behavior.
years out of 13.7 billion, and we
No,
haven't
but-
we haven't cracked
no,
it yet, so it's
no,
impossible.
No. But 40 years of exponentially increasing computational power with no
Partially.
solution on the horizon except for AI.
So and the latest AI thing, which I absolutely love because I'm a chess player, is the DeepMind Alpha Zero thing that learned the entirety of what humans know about playing chess in 4 hours or so, and then beat the best previous chess computer.
Yeah, because it's numbers
so
and
people were
algorithms.
saying, oh, it's the beginning of Skynet because now
Yeah.
we have this sort of thinking. However,
Chess is not.
that method produced
Chess is all about probability and numbers, and it's an algorithm. So of course a computer is going to do better at it than a human once computing gets to a certain level. That's not impressive. But see, an atheist would be impressed by that. They think, oh, that's cool. That's smart. Like, really? Is it? Is it? There's 8 by 8 squares. All the pieces have a limited movement, and you have perfect knowledge of the entire board and every possible move. Of course a computer's going to do that better than a human. Duh. That's not deep. That's very shallow, Matt.
better results of letting it play itself with chess, giving it no opening book, giving it no history
All right.
of chess.
Yeah, I know. You probably
Well,
were,
that's my point.
Jalen.
It didn't give it no rules. It gave it the rules of chess.
I'm not
and
taking
the
your
rules of
side.
the
I
game.
just saw his comment.
Yes,
I
but
didn't
it
see
didn't
yours,
give
but you're
rules about how
probably
to play
doing.
the game.
Correct.
Right,
And
and
my
that's
view,
because rules-based systems, that's because
But I do know you were, in the beginning of the chat, you were being decent. And you said, I'm going to be nice tonight. And you weren't saying nothing wrong. And then Tar Baby came in here harassing you. So you're giving it back to him. You're, don't let other people bring you to that level. That's weak. That's weak.
because rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
no.
That's why.
What happened is the AI took the rules of how to play the game and what the winning goal is, and it experimented and found the best.
10-minute games sucked. No, 10-minute games are better. You got to be quicker. I hate playing chess with somebody who takes forever to make a move. I would rather lose to somebody in a 10-minute game than win in a 30-minute game. Stop it. This is sick. You're sick. You're sick, Yoda. You're no better than him. You're no better than him. If you're, you know, if he's saying he's gay, I know that's gross. Whatever. It's gross. But if you're bending over for him. You're bowing down to him. Pause. You're going down to his level, or he's going down to your level. Either way, you're both acting like degenerates. Cut it out.
Ways to achieve that goal.
That's not Christ-like. That's not manly.
We're physical beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive. And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play H4 as your first move.
It has nothing to do with morals, Matt.
Because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained confidence.
No! A chess game is not the same as human existence. What are you talking about? This is the stupidest argument I've ever heard. Oh, I just skipped the video back so far. Because when I hit the numbers... where was I at? Oh, I wish this video had timestamps. How far were we in? Does anybody know? Oh, it's up here, I think.
Didn't give it no rules. It gave it the rules of chess and the goal of the game.
Yes, but it didn't give it rules about how to play the game.
Correct.
Right, and that's because rules-based systems, rule-based systems about how to play a game aren't optimal.
No.
That's why.
What happened is the AI took the rules of how to play the game and what the winning goal is, and it experimented and found the best ways to achieve that goal. And I think that's what
This is crazy. This is crazy. This is how atheists think. That life is... Like, I know we'll use this, say life is a game of chess. We'll use chess analogies. You know, you got to make the right move, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people use chess analogies, and I get it. But if you really think life is like a game of chess, then something's wrong with you. You're missing a soul. You don't have a soul. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I agree with Jalen on that one. A lot of people be saying, what would Jesse do? It's what would Jesus do, bro? It's not what would Jesse do.
beings have done throughout the entirety of history. We're physical beings in a physical universe. We have the rules. The goal is to survive, and I would say the goal should be to thrive.
Mm-hmm. Jesse's had many, many, many long-form conversations with gay people, trans people, and he'll do a little light roasting, but he doesn't act like you act, Yoda. So if you want to use that, if that's your God, if that's your Jesus, then you still got it wrong.
And we are continually finding the best rules and the best methods. This exactly mirrors the moral system I'm talking about. The idea that there is someone on high telling the computer, don't play H4.
Jesse shows love.
We threw that out. because that's not the best way to find out things. Instead, we plopped the computer down just as we were plopped down in a universe when we gained consciousness and began interacting. And the computer, in the span of a few hours, discovered everything that humanity has discovered about chess. And now they are applying it to the sort of diagnostic things you were talking about. I think that that is directly analogous to what
A little
the best
roasting's,
expeditions
little
of human
roasting's
beings have
okay.
done. And what happens, from my
Just
perspective, is that
don't get dirty with
the
it.
thinking about morality is so difficult for some that it's just easier to say, this person told me, or this God told me, or this is the case. Because having to...
Let me read a Bible verse for you guys. This is one of my new favorite. Actually, it's always been one of my favorite, but I forgot about it for a while. Because people... James 3, 8, and 9. But no human being can tame the tongue. It is a restless evil full of deadly poison. With the tongue we praise our Lord and Father, and with it we curse human beings who have been made in God's likeness. So that's a reprimand. That's saying we shouldn't be doing that.
to sit down and do the sort of life inventory to figure out, hey, what's best for us? I mean, even figuring out what the goal of the game is harder for some people, and so they accept and fall into these traps of like authoritarian models of this is what your goal is. And the thing that's probably frustrated me the most, which I talked about on a college campus last year, is if the government was running around dictating to people what their job was going to be, what their future was going to be, as some regimes have done,
I can't enter the
nobody
cast
would
room.
appreciate that. Nobody, almost nobody. I'm sure somebody would be, yes, oh, very happy, thank you. I couldn't figure out what to do. I'm glad I'm going to be, a brain surgeon, even though I don't know anything about it. But if the government was dictating things like that, there would be revolts. There have been revolts. And yet, curiously, when people think there's a God or a divine being or some cosmic consciousness or collective consciousness that has dictated a goal for them, they celebrate it. And that contradiction has bugged me for years.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt that systems of belief, let's say, including religious systems of belief, can devolve into a kind of totalitarian rigidity. I don't think you can necessarily lay that at the feet of religious belief. I mean, human systems...
No, I'm laying it all at humans.
Yeah, I mean, right, it's okay, so it's fine. It's a
I
broader
just view
phenomenon.
humans using religion in that way.
Yeah. So what do we do to close? Because I heard you said that we have to take questions.
Hey, we're going to take some questions. Because I could actually...
Sorry, I didn't mean to commandeer that. I was just curious about timing.
You could have just as easily said it, and I'd be happy for another 5 hours talking, but then they'd charge us a fortune, and all these people who have questions that are better than the ones I'm going to come up with. So there's microphones actually up like, yes, where that
That's
guy,
deep.
Oh my gosh, he's lit up.
That's deep, DJ on ball. That's deep.
A couple quick notes about questions. And by the way, thank you. This has been great, and
Thank you.
We'll talk some more. This is where I get to have a bit of fun.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of the...
Shut up, Epic Times. What kind of jibber jabber is that, Latina? I know crazy, messy can hosts that have like 6 kids and their hood bats get toes bad mama's gangster thuggish types. What the? What does that mean? What does that even mean?
I do a live TV show where I can hang up on people, and if you think I can't hang up on you here, you are much mistaken. But I don't. I hope to never have to do that, and almost everybody's gone along. Questions end in a question mark, and the kind of questions we're looking for don't start with a dissertation or life story.
Yes,
So
please no.
You can say
Please
your name
don't
if
do
you'd
that.
like to. If you don't, that's fine, and then say who your question's for or both. And I will make a promise that I make every time and break, but I will try not to break it tonight, which is
How do
I
you
will
run?
do my best to give shorter answers so
Shift?
that we can
No.
get to everybody who's asking questions. But they lit you up first, sir. Thank you, and the floor is yours for a moment.
All right, thank you. I guess this question's mostly for Jordan Peterson.
Please don't do that to the
Just
English
to
language.
hopefully enlighten a bit more what you mean by God. Do you think that if all humanity were to cease to exist, does God still exist?
Yeah. If all
I don't think I know how to answer that. It's just
Now, see, this is where. So, Jordan Peterson is not a Christian. He doesn't claim to be a Christian. He says he lives as if God exists. He used to say he lives as if God exists, even though he doesn't know for sure if God exists. Now, I believe he's come to the mind that God exists, but he's not a Christian. So, he still can't really ground his belief in God. There's no structure to it. It's just some creator. And the fact that he can't answer this question says that basically to him, God is in the mind. So if all humanity, if the world blew up right now and all humanity died, would God's, and in his mind, God is a figment of his imagination. It's something he's reasoned with and come to logic, and he's intellectualized. So if nobody was alive, it's like if a tree fell in the forest and nobody was around to hear it, does it make a sound? He can't answer this question because his God is in his imagination and in his logic, in his logos. So whereas if you were a Christian, you would say, of course, we'd all be in heaven with him, or you'd be in hell. Hell would still, the plane of hell would still exist. Maybe Sheol wouldn't exist if Sheol's a physical plane in the center of the earth. But hell would still exist, and there would be people that would go to hell, and there would be people that would go to heaven, because earth doesn't matter. Earth is Satan's realm, and whenever, depending on if you believe in preterism or you're into like the Left Behind style rapture and trials and tribulations and all that stuff, the idea is Jesus is going to come back and defeat Satan. We're all going to leave this world and we're all going to go to heaven, or people are going to go to hell. So the world doesn't matter. The world could blow up right now. Yes, God still exists. And I'm going to be hanging out with my homie Jesus, my brother Jesus, in heaven if the world blew up right now. And we would still exist. In one form or another, in heaven or hell, our souls would still exist. Our spirit would still be alive in heaven or hell, whether the earth was here or not. But Jordan Peterson can't answer this question because he's not a Christian.
the situation is too hypothetical. I mean, I can take a crack at some of it.
It's not too hypothetical. I mean, we've had mass apocalypse events. We've had throughout history. There could be a meteor that could crash into the earth and kill everybody right now. That's not. I mean, it's probably very, very, very unlikely. But there are 1,000 things that could happen at any moment that could wipe this planet out of the universe. A solar flare, a freaking asteroid, nuclear fake nukes flying around everywhere, kill everybody, a mass apocalypse event. You know, it's not as highly improbable, but as time goes on, the probability of it happens gets higher and higher. So it's not that crazy of a hypothetical. And you can interact with it, JP.
So human beings are characterized by consciousness and by self-consciousness.
See, there you go.
And the latter in particular seems to be something.
And I disagree with that, because that's what an abortion person like Destiny would use to allow for abortion after 24 weeks because of consciousness or unconsciousness. I don't think that's what defines a human, is consciousness or unconsciousness. Consciousness isn't what defines us. Our soul, being image bearers of God, is what defines us as humans, or image bearers of Satan. Well, no. Even if you're not a son of God, you're still made in God's image. You're still an image bearer of God. You're just not a very good example of it. So I'm going to disagree with JP on this one. I would answer this question better.
Relatively unique. There's some vague evidence for self-consciousness of lower sorts in animals, but it's not very compelling. Some of them can recognize themselves in a mirror, but our self-consciousness is accompanied by elaborated imagistic and linguistic models of ourselves and that have been elaborated over large spans of time. There are lots of elements of being that would disappear if we disappeared. Now, and it isn't even obvious to what extent that's true, right? Because I don't really understand to what degree being itself is dependent on consciousness.
Claiming the booty.
Like the classic materialist Enlightenment view, which I would say is basically a 19th century view, something like that, is that if all consciousness was extinguished, the material substrate of the universe would continue unchanged. But I don't really buy that as an argument, because I think that the material substrate, I think that reality is I think that reality is an interaction between what we perceive of as the material substrate and consciousness itself. And so then when you destroy consciousness, you destroy reality. And what that leaves, I don't really understand, because it doesn't have any temporality in any obvious sense. It doesn't have any size in any obvious sense without the introduction of an invisible observer. So lots vanishes without human consciousness and self-consciousness. I don't know how to answer the question, does God vanish? Because that brings us back into the same problem that I was talking about earlier, is that it's not exactly easy to understand what people are talking about when they say God. You know, because when you ask the question, would God disappear? There's an
My
assumption
body may
there
be
that
unconscious.
whatever
My
God
soul
is
still
understandable and boxable, like a simple concept, like a chair, and that we both share the same conception. And you know, there's endless warnings in deep religious literature against assuming that you understand what that term means, or sometimes even for using the term. So
what's
that's
understood
the
ain't
best
got to be
I'm gonna
explained.
be able to do with that question.
Thank you.
Hey there. So my question is about something that Matt said, but I'd actually like to get Dr. Peterson to address it first, if that's okay. So Matt, you said that some people are not willing to put in the work of developing sort of their own moral system, and they like turn to religion to free them from the burden of that thought. But doesn't it make sense on some level to view religion as like an archival system that holds truth? Like if we abandon that, are we not then just in a place where everyone is forced to invent their own morality for themselves throughout their life, and then like a baby born has to try to achieve that again? Like that seems like, from an operative level, just an impossible system to set up that would ever get you anywhere. So I'm just wondering how you would resolve that conflict.
That was Nietzsche's critique.
Look at Tim Pool looking at.
I'm not trying to set up the system. I think the system's already set up. So my goal is not to rid the world of religion. That's just a fortunate side effect from my goals. My goal is to have
they hate
the
religion.
best understanding of reality that I can.
And
for other people to do so
their
as
gripe,
well.
these people's gripe is not against religion. Maybe it's a semantics thing, but their gripe is not against religion. Their gripe is against organized churches that do things that are messed up. There's a lot of organized churches with flawed men that lead them that do a lot of messed up things. And people see that, and then they think it's a reflection of the entire religion. So they think the word religion inherently means something bad. But at the same time, did Jesus actually say religion is dead? Christ is king? I don't think he actually said that. I don't know if that's actually in the Bible. But that is a cool phrase. Religion is dead. Christ lives. Christ is king. But I think these atheists usually have the wrong idea of religion. They're mad at certain organized churches that did stuff wrong. The religion is just the ideology or the philosophy. It's neither good nor bad. It's how people interpret it and utilize it that is good or bad.
Now, when I talk about religion, There are things within religious histories, within religious teachings that are passed down, which are
Am I
true
breathing
and
out
good
of my
and
nose?
useful. And there's no reason to think that any of those things would go away if we stopped
What am
believing
I supposed
in
to
a
do?
God,
Mouth
because
breathe? I'm not a mouth
they are
breather.
true and good and useful, whether there is a
That's
God
how you're
or not.
supposed to breathe.
If-
Nasal
if
breathing
the
is
thing that we're
healthy. You're
worried
supposed
about
to
is-
breathe through your
And I've
nose.
asked people before,
What are you
and
talking
I
about?
apologize if anybody's bothered by this, but there are people who are like, oh, if you don't believe in a God, what keeps you from running around raping and killing
You want
people?
me to go?
And I was like, so if you became convinced today that your belief in God was unfounded and you were forced by reason to give it up, would you run around and start doing that? And there are people who will say yes, and
I think it was the liberal in the audience was mouth breathing. The Tim Pool lookalike. I think he was mouth breathing into the mic.
I hopefully, optimistically don't believe them, but we know that there are people who do that. But the truth about what is good and useful is true whether a particular religion survives or not. And we don't lose that because children aren't born with an understanding of morality. They learn that. They are educated by their parents. They are taught. They explore the world.
I disagree. I think children are born knowing God, and they fall away from it.
Everybody does, in fact, go through the effort of creating and understanding their own morality. It's just that we adopt things from figures around us who show evidence that they are smarter and understand this better as a shorthand. We ride on the shoulders of giants. The curious question is, and I ask this for people ostensibly who are Christian, who believe in both a God and a devil, is how did you decide that God was the good one and the devil was the evil one? Because the model is that...
Well, it's kind of in the name. You notice how God kind of sounds like good, and devil has the word evil in it. It's pretty simple, Matt. It's really not complicated.
Well, God wrote his moral code on your heart, and that's how you tell. But if that's the case, then whether or not, if the devil had written his moral code on your heart, you would be saying he was the good one. The
I
truth
told you
is,
there's no
you
such
are
thing as a
using
smart
your
atheist. If you can't
internal,
figure that one out,
personal,
then you
subjective
dumb as a box of
assessments
rocks.
to determine
Don't
that
say it.
God is the good one, or this religion is the right one, or the First Baptist Church got it right, or the
God,
Second
devil.
Baptist
Which
Church
one's
got it
good?
right,
Which one's
or this is
evil?
the preacher
Take a
we should
wild
hire.
guess, Matt.
This is what we do. And I don't see much value in worrying about, oh, is it all going to go away, when it's clear it doesn't, because secular individuals are no more immoral or criminal-minded than anybody else. In fact, there may be some cases to show that we're less.
They literally have the
This
words
society,
in their
they're more
names.
criminally minded. Like, we have a religious foundation, right? Like, we don't go. I wouldn't go around like raping
So
and pillaging
dumb.
and abandon God, but there were.
How can you be
societies
so
that
intellectual
did when
but
they
yet
didn't
so
have that
dumb?
structure? So how do
Sure.
you resolve that?
I'm not saying that religious authorities haven't been useful. It's just that what I hear from some people is that we should keep this because of that particular
Yeah,
usefulness.
mouth breathing is
because
unhealthy.
They fear what
and
will happen.
It also
otherwise,
makes your
because what they've
jaw
seen in the past.
mutate,
And
so you look
I
kind of
don't
more
buy
retarded.
that, because that boils down to
Supposed to
saying,
be-
I may
supposed
not
to
need
do- you're
religion,
supposed to nasal
but you
breathe.
people do. And that is far too arrogant for me to ever adopt as a position.
Got a
Okay,
huge
I don't-
man bun
I
on
have
the
a quick-
neck.
Did you want
Well,
to speak
I
to
have a
that?
quick comment on riding around on the shoulders of giants, which was the central theme in Matt's answer. We ride around on the shoulder of giants, and the meta giant is God. That's a very good way of thinking about it.
Except
when we
that I can
think about
identify
that
There's
as-
one
we can
person in
think
the
about
audience
that
who's a
as-
JP fan.
I don't care about the metaphysical implications of that. I don't have to care about that at the moment. But if you look at the evolution of the idea of God, for example, and I think this is particularly true with the evolution of the idea of Christ, is that
Right, that's because they have no moral grounding, Mr. Mad. They call good evil and evil good. It's called being given over to a reprobate mind. So if you can rule out the idea of a God, then you can justify any sort of wrongdoing and call it good or call it right.
we do ride around on the shoulders of giants, and the figure of Christ, psychologically speaking, is the giant among giants. It's a meta giant, and it's a ritual model for emulation.
I
And the
did not
ritual
see
model
that,
is
DJ
something
on
like,
Paul. I
pick
will
up
be
your
there.
damn suffering and bear it nobly, which is a
Wait, he's gonna do a show during Fallen State, or no? He's gonna do a show in the hour slot between the Fallen State and Hake. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll be there. It's been a minute since Bibby did a little show.
Which is a metaphysical statement in some sense that lies at the bottom of the ethic even that Matt is presenting. And so it is deeply embedded in a religious substructure. And that's
get
the
through this video. We got 30 minutes
substructure that
left.
I was talking about that
It's
necessarily
11 o'clock. I
underlies
gotta get to bed.
these self-evident axiomatic rules, which are not by any means, as you point out, self-evident in the least. There's plenty of cultures that train their young men to be absolutely barbaric monsters, right? Warriors, killers, rapists, right? Bloodthirsty, right to...
That's right, and that's why we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Is that the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution? I think that's the Declaration of Independence. But when they wrote all those documents, it was all based on a moral religious people, because immoral and irreligious people do not hold those truths to be self-evident. You have to have God for those truths to be self-evident.
To the core. Perfectly viable mode of being, arguably speaking, from the perspective of generating a set of axiomatic rules. Why is it not better to have 10,000 women than one? There's an evolutionary question for you.
Yellow
Well,
scorpion is
reasonable
hot?
people wouldn't
Yeah,
do that.
scorpions are
Oh,
always
yeah,
hot.
right. Reasonable people.
I've never seen a yellow scorpion. Thank you. I grew Tortuga scorpions.
So if it's not clear, I
had some
point to the giants.
scorpions
I
in
can't
that
point
hot
to the
sauce you had, Dean.
And
It's because it's an abstraction.
Sure.
Ghosts
but when
and
you hold Christ up
scorpion
as a
inhabit
particular
it.
figure, the only information that I have about Jesus comes from the Bible. And rather than going through all of it again, because there's lots of people with questions, if you go to ironchariots.org, you will find a verse-by-verse deconstruction of the Sermon on the Mount, where I point out that Jesus gave some good advice and some crappy advice.
Why would y'all want to listen to an atheist dismantling every verse in the Bible? Because you are, I mean, I guess we would both be coming from a biased perspective, but I want to hear the biased perspective from the person who believes it, not the biased perspective from the person who doesn't believe it, because you're not going to give me the right information, Matt. You've already proven that tonight.
And some questionable advice, and that's not enough. And there's not a secular
proven?
humanist
I don't know the
organization or country on the planet that has ever produced as a good thing, an intentional good thing, rapists and murderers. So,
Well, that's
You
highly
out,
debatable.
same buddy who grew them, just different pepper
That's
strains.
highly
Nice.
debatable.
actually,
I mean, one of the
it's
things that-
absolutely true, because there's never been a secular humanist government on the planet.
I don't know. I think the Soviets were pretty secular
No,
humanists.
Then,
I know that-
with all due apologies, you do not
Marx was a secular humanist, and communism is all secular humanists.
know the first thing about what secular humanism is. You should read the secular humanist manifestos, because what
How you gonna tell JP he don't? This is like all he researches and talks about.
happened in Russia and communist countries was an institution of a religious-like structure centered around an individual and
No, read the Communist Manifesto. You have to do away with God. You can't have God. What is he talking about? So what he's saying is that atheism is religious. So he's... Shut up, Matt.
forced atheism, none of which is consistent with humanism. None of it. And we can talk about this later, and I'll be happy to point you to this, because
Okay.
you can say that
So he said it was forced atheism, which is not humanism. But in saying that, he did just agree that atheism is a religion. He just said it was a religious forced atheism. So Matt agrees. So I see the point he's making, but the point he's making rebuts his entire previous statements that atheism is anti-religious. Atheism is a religion, and he agrees. He just said it.
it was an atheist thing that went awry, but you can't call it secular humanism. It's just not there.
Okay, that's
There's
fine.
no
but
humanism in what was done there.
That's fine. I'll take that. But you did just
I'm one of
What is the
those
word
who
I'm looking
believes
for?
that there's no such
Contradict
thing as an
everything you said
atheistic thing
previously.
or a non-religious thing. I was listening to your talk at Lafayette, Peterson, last night there, and you were talking about
These people will say that atheism is not a religion and they don't like religion. They're an atheist. And then he just said that atheism is a religion.
how all action is religious. So this conversation today, I think it's hit the same problem you hit with Rebecca Goldstein, you're going to hit with Sam Harris and June, which is I've never found a way to convey to an atheist that we all have an ideal. You can call it God, you can call it a transcendent ideal, call it an axiom, call it presupposition. It's just very hard to communicate to them that implicitly or explicitly it's there.
It's not that they don't understand it. It's that they reject it. When you tell an atheist that they have a religion and that their religion is atheism, they just reject it because they hate the word religion. And they don't think deeply. They're dumb. They're shallow. They might have a high IQ. They might have a lot of intellect. But they hate the word religion because they hate God. So when you tell an atheist you are religious, your religion is atheism, they reject it. It's not that they don't understand the concept. They get it. They just reject it. They can't possibly let you think that you just, prove something to them. They have to reject it. It's disingenuous.
You're aiming for it. Maybe it changes, maybe it doesn't, but it's that fundamental thing that guides your action. And my question would be, you keep Dillahunty did a very good job of saying pragmatically.
Speaking in the microphone, buddy.
Axioms could change. Maybe we try those.
Don't get so close that we hear your nasal breathing.
It's a transcendent.
But you got to get a
thing,
little
but it's
closer to the
always
microphone.
changing. So we all have that. So again, the definition of God is just kind of useless. But maybe you want to explore why there is a partial definition of God that makes all
God
religious,
isn't his name.
sorry, all
God is
actions
just a
religious,
title. We don't
makes
call our
all
Father by
ideals
his
you're
first
approaching for a form of God worship, whether you want to
Call him
call it that or
Dad.
not.
Call him
But
Father.
let's go here.
Well,
So-
Carl Jung had some very interesting comments about that. He said, psychologically, for all intents and purposes, your God is the highest value that you have.
Based.
Right? It serves functionally as your deity.
Right.
Now, you may not clothe it in personified
You might not
personified
call it
manner,
God, but
although
it
you
is your
tend to,
God.
because you tend to act it out and assume that other people should too. So it implicitly has a personified form. But
Right.
if it performs all the functions of a deity, let's say, then it's importantly related in some sense to a deity. And
But
I
they
think
reject the
that's
word
actually
God.
technically true if you look at how human cognitive structure
Because
works.
it's tied to
I don't think it's escapable.
God.
That makes sense to you, Phil, or does that like? I don't feel I've ever.
No,
been an
see,
atheist
when you
expressly
said you have
understand
difficulty explaining this to atheists, I don't know what atheists you've been talking with, but I'm right on board, and I functionally understand and can agree with this. So secular humanism can easily be viewed as a religion. The U.S. Supreme Court has defined it in the sense of pursuit for ultimate answers to ultimate questions or things like that.
So
But
he agrees.
if
Then
you
why
wanna
is he against
say
religion?
that
Why don't you just
my
say you're
God
pro-atheism religion?
truth or goodness or whatever thing. I'm fine with that.
This guy
in
can't make
a
up his mind.
Poetic, even metaphorical sense.
Typical
The
atheist.
problem is when you talk about if what you believe in fulfills all the roles of a deity, I think you're sidelining what a lot of the roles of a deity.
This
have
is such a
played throughout
stupid
the
quest.
entirety of human
I'm just
history.
picking up a box
Because
and then dropping the box over here.
They are advocating, many of them, not all, most, I would say, are advocating for an actual thinking agent, supernatural, that is the creator and or sustainer of the universe. And nothing about my pursuit of truth or
So
goodness
does
or
prison
secular
or jail
humanism
not
fills
imply
that
to atheists
particular
either?
role. So already we are cherry-picking the aspects of God.
That question doesn't make any
traditionally,
sense, dude.
And saying, Matt has
What do you
these
mean does it
particular
not apply?
aspects that I also
If an
attribute
atheist
to
commits a
God.
crime,
And
they'll
I
get put in
agree.
prison or jail,
I
just
just
like
don't
a
have the
Christian.
other ones, and those are the ones that I want justification for.
Also,
Okay, thank you.
I believe the word you're looking for is apply, not imply. Dean trying to be
It's time for you
deep.
get your reading super
Messing
powered.
up.
So stop.
You have to move up the mic, I believe. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
So the question is for Matt. So why is the language?
You can only eat 5 jalapenos or 2 habaneros, yet you can eat all those peanuts? That don't make sense, Mr. Mad. I feel like one habanero is equivalent to one of those peanuts. You ate like 6 of those peanuts the other night. Pause. That sounded bad.
Language of secular humanism, these values that you just espoused, or talked about. Why
I like
is that
pods better than all the
than
challenge.
religious language? And then for Professor Peterson, why would religious language be better than those values?
Yeah, and I don't want to be overly pedantic about, I don't know that the language is necessarily better. The ideals of secular humanism have the goal of getting better. The foundation, if you read, and there's various versions of the Secular Humanist Manifesto, and I have disagreements with all of them, and but the nice thing is that there are revisions. Okay, this is one of the biggest benefits of a model, is how do you convince somebody that Christianity is right? Well,
The great thing about the Bible is that we don't need revisions. They got the Book of Mormon has had like 400 different revisions in only 100 years. The Secularist Humanist Manifesto has had to be revised. All these things have to have revisions, but the Bible never changes. There can be slight differences in translations, but we can always go back to the original manuscripts, and actually revising it is wrong. It says not to revise it in the book. So if there's a changed Bible, not a slight difference in a translation or a version of it, you might have a more interlinear version, but when you're changing what it says, changing the message, revising the message, that's wrong, and that's condemned. That's the great thing about the Bible.
there's coercion, conversion, conquest.
Example.
Sorry?
Example.
Okay.
That's an important one.
Okay.
Jordan Peterson, that's not good for your back to sit like that, bro. You got such a nice chair. Sit back in your chair. Straighten up your shoulders. That's bad for your spine, dude.
Think on that some more, because a lot of the things that people do that they think are exemplary or examples of Christianity, I don't think that they're in any way not necessarily tied to Christianity. Like, it's not. There's nothing a Christian could do that is good that I couldn't also do. And so the example thing doesn't work. But
to eat the chili
with secular humanism, it is
pequin with frozen burritos on those.
Debate, discussion, data, and convincing.
I don't know. I like habanero.
Saying, we're gonna
habanero and mango hot sauce is my favorite.
Make a proclamation.
Great
that we
flavor.
Have the
great
one
flavor.
True right answer.
Just the right amount of heat.
Secular humanism takes
not
is,
too hot.
As far as we can tell.
A habanero straight off the vine is hot.
If there's more, hey, bonus, show us.
But I do think they have good flavor. Whereas ghost pepper,
it seems that we are, as
if you want to add heat to your sauce,
stuck here trying to
ghost
figure
pepper
out
will add a lot
the
of
best way
heat,
to live
but
this
ghost
life.
peppers don't taste
so
that
we must
great.
rely on ourselves.
I think
and not make
habaneros.
appeals
I think
to
habaneros taste pretty
supernatural
good.
agents that we can't demonstrate or that don't seem to intervene on our behalf. And if they exist, they're free to come in and step up and tell us where we're doing it wrong. But for now, we're just going to try to do the best we can.
I just think Reapers have better flavor than Ghosts.
That's the foundation.
But Reapers have a weird, unique flavor that a lot of people don't like for a sauce.
So,
Ray-E.
I would say that the primary religious language, insofar as there is such a thing,
Ray and
something I
Debo.
go into detail in Maps of Meaning.
DJ on Paul is Debo.
First book I wrote, the very
Raymond is Ray and Debo.
But religious propositions are, in some sense,
it's not
abstracted generalizations about what being consists of and how to act in it.
They have a present
It's not the same thing
belief.
as a set of hypotheses about material reality. And it's partly because in the religious domain, the moral imperative is primary, whereas in the empirical domain, the factual
Scorpion has better flavor than Ghost and Reaper.
The factual domain is primary, or the sensory domain is
I've never
primary,
eaten
like
a
that. So the question
Scorpion
from the religious
pod.
perspective is
I don't
something like,
think.
how should we best construe the world if we wish to determine how to act properly within it? And the way that that language is developed,
I
it's
need
developed
to
over,
quest to get better
it's
gear.
developed as a consequence of an evolutionary process, both biological and cultural. And it's culminated in a set of stories, essentially, that have characters. The characters basically represent something like the permanently
Is he about to
unknowable.
cry?
And so that's the mystery that surrounds us
Come
all.
on. You've
That
made
would
it
be
through this whole
associated,
thing
say,
without crying, JP. He's starting to get that shakiness in his voice like he's about to start crying.
potential of the future and the potential in you. The part of being that's transcendent, right? That constantly escapes from your theorizing. That's the unknown. It's like unexplored territory for animals.
Scorpion
It's
is
a
kind of
permanent
floral.
part of being.
That's
So
what
there's
I
unexplored
tasted in the
territory,
Reaper that
the
I kind
unknown.
of don't like
And
that
there's
that
explored
floral flavor. Like
territory,
you're eating a
culture,
rosebud.
the known. And that's this room, and that's the cultural mores that unite us well enough so that we can all sit here and be peaceful while we're...
Whereas a
while we're
habanero
discussing
has more of
difficult
like a
things.
citrus.
So that's the landscape, the religious landscape. That's yin and yang. That's chaos and order. Interestingly enough, it looks like it's to that landscape that our brain has adapted, because the right hemisphere looks like it's roughly responsible for processing chaos and the unknown, and the left hemisphere roughly responsible for processing...
When
the
I read his
known and
book,
the
the last
familiar.
page was wet from
And
his
that's on
tears.
good evidence. If you don't want to take my word for it, you can read Ian McGilchrist's book, The Master
Every
of the
copy
Hemisphere,
is-
which is quite masterful
is marked
treatment
with
of the
a couple
neuropsychological
teardrops.
literature. So that's the religious domain, yin and yang, chaos and order. And it places human beings at the center of that. And the idea is that we're always confronted by what we understand and
He's
have
about
to
to start
adapt to
crying,
that, even in its tyrannical manifestation. And we're always faced with the permanent reality of the permanently incomprehensible that can burst into our life at any moment and disrupt it. That's reality. And then the religious question is, if that's reality, how do you orient yourself in relationship to those two permanent domains? And the answer to that is something like, pursue the instinct of meaning. Because it looks like meaning is the instinctive response,
Jeez, way to sign up for it.
neuropsychologically grounded in the orienting reflex.
Reaper
I
tastes
would
like
say, which is the very
gasoline
primordial
pancakes.
reflex to the unknown. Meaning is the response that orients us in that world. And so when we're engaged in a meaningful enterprise, it's a signal from the deepest elements of our biological being that we have the balance between what we know and makes us secure and what we don't know and have yet to experience.
What do you think, Mr. Mad? Dried or fresh? What's hotter? I think fresh, but some people say dried peppers are hotter. Like that the capsaicins not ferment, but like I think a fresh pepper right off the plant is way hotter than a dried pepper. What do you think? Is it an opinion thing, or is there facts? Is there science or studies? Let me know.
Explore, properly sing. And that makes
Fresh
us
is definitely hotter.
secure,
Yeah, I think so
but
too.
not totalitarian, and engaged, but not terrified. And by staying on that midpoint of balance, that's Tao, by the way, that's the way from the Taoist perspective. By staying on that midpoint, we do what's best for us, what's best for our families, what's best for our community, and God only knows beyond that. We do all of that simultaneously. And we can tell that we're doing that.
That's what I thought.
It
I
speaks
just feel like
to
I
us when
read
we're
somewhere
doing
that somebody said dry
And that's
pepper
the
was
deepest of religious
something happened
instincts.
to them that made them
And
hotter.
it's that capability
But in
to
my
orient
experience,
on
that's
that
not
border
true.
between chaos
So
and
whoever
order
wrote that
that's
was wrong.
exemplified in great mythological heroes like Saint George, who goes out to slay the dragon, or Christ, who welcomes death, who embraces mortality. And
He didn't really welcome it. He sweat blood because he was so afraid. He was begging for any way out of it. But he submit to God's will, not his will. He didn't embrace it. He wasn't happy that he was about to die. It's not like he was like, yeah, let's go get crucified, guys. No, he was begging God, please take this cup away from me. If there's anything you can do to take this cup away from me, please do it. He was sweating blood. He was so nervous.
and vulnerability and strives forward nonetheless. And there's nothing outside of the religious language
message
that communicates
The message of that story is not Jesus was so so masculine that he just walked up and said, "Crucify me." That's not the message of that story. Is that regardless of his fear and his fear and his doubt and his worry, he put all that aside and overcome that to submit to his father, to his father's will.
It's that kind of grandeur. There's nothing that you can use to communicate to people who are in the direst of straits what's most important about life in the manner that will help set them straight and put their soul at peace. So that's the advantage of the religious language.
Hey, JP got some claps because he was about to cry, and all the liberals felt their heartstrings getting pulled on just now.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you both for a very interesting.
I'm gonna run out of quest space.
Revealing exchange.
Who's this
my question
guy?
is for you, Dr. Peterson. You alluded to an important distinction between someone who would actually be an atheist and someone who merely professes to be an atheist. You implied that Matt and others are not genuinely atheists. I'm curious why you think that. Is it just because we have sacred values, that everyone has sacred values? What, in your view, would a genuine atheist be like?
He'd be like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment.
My cherry bombs are hotter than my
Come up
jalapenos.
with a better answer than that.
My Tabasco peppers, I only got 2 off the
Question
plant,
that
and I
that's
ate one
the
of them.
right
That thing is
answer.
hot.
You know, I love that
Little
book.
Tabasco,
It's an
I ate
amazing
it like,
book, and
oh,
it's
this
a
ain't
great
gonna be
thriller, by
not
the
too
way.
bad.
If
Man, that
there's
thing
some of
is
you,
banging.
perhaps many of you, haven't read it, you really should read it because it might be the greatest novel ever written.
Anyone who removes the seeds ain't about that life.
Unbelievably
Facts.
exciting once you get into it. And Raskolnikov, he plots the perfect murder.
Might as well
It's
just
so
go eat a
interesting
dang
because
apple.
Dostoevsky, the last thing Dostoevsky ever did was make a straw man out of his opponents, let's say. What Dostoevsky did in all of his great novels was make his enemies, let's say, or make each of the positions that he was trying to contend with as
Equal.
powerful and admirable
They're
as he
stronger.
possibly
Yeah, yeah,
could.
yeah. You
And
bolster-
since he was an absolutely
you bolster your enemy in
spectacular
order to
genius, he could
to
really do that.
combat
And so
them better.
Raskolnikov plots a murder, and he murders this horrible woman who's horrible according to everyone.
You
who
don't
knows
straw
her,
man their
who
arguments.
also
You
has
steel man their
enslaved
arguments
her
to learn how to
rather
beat the
mentally
best
feeble
possible
niece,
arguments they have.
Who does nothing but make people miserable consciously all the time. And he does that in order to save his sister from a rather sophisticated form of prostitution, to save himself from starvation so that he can become a great lawyer and help people. Right? So Dostoevsky sets up the stage.
He's very
Here's
close to
the
crime.
perfect situation for a murder, and all of the rational choices point in that
I've never
direction.
read any
And
Dostoevsky,
Raskolnikov
but I would like
was
to look at it.
sort of torturing himself, or sort of tortured because he's sort of hungry and not very well, not thinking very clearly. He undertakes the murder. and
The
he gets away with it.
placenta.
And before he does it, he berates himself. in
Seeds
what I
have a
would
lot of heat,
describe
too.
as the negative atheistic style. And he basically says, look, there is every rational reason to split this woman's skull with an axe. Look at all the good I would do. Look at all the well-being I would enhance. And so he does it. And then all hell breaks loose.
Seeds are part of
And
it. Same difference.
What
Yeah.
Dostoevsky was,
I agree.
see, Raskolnikov built himself up to the murder. in
I
part
agree with
by
Ray.
laying out the rational case, but also by saying, well, there's no God. There's no metaphysical reason that's stopping me from committing this
I don't think
act.
that's right.
And there's all these
Mr.
reasons
Man.
that appear
I've heard that.
rational, pushing me
I
in that
don't think
direction.
that's right.
Perhaps I'm nothing but a moral coward for failing to undertake it. So he does. But what he finds out is that he broke an inviolable moral rule, something that spoke to his own soul, so to speak. And the rest of the book basically involves his sequential post-traumatic unraveling. And the post-traumatic issue is very interesting because one of the things you do see happening with post-traumatic stress disorder is that it very often occurs in people who watch themselves do something of great malevolence. By their own admission, I'm not projecting this onto them. They've watched.
Then why does when you get the packets from Pizza Hut the pepper packets, why does it have seeds in it? And when you bite one of those seeds, it's hotter than a mug. Well, it's not that hot, but why does the dried pepper packets have a bunch of seeds in it? And the seeds are hotter than the little flakes.
Watch themselves do, they've stepped outside the ancient moral code unwittingly and conducted themselves in a manner they cannot reconcile themselves to, and they are permanently broken. So there are works like that, Crime and Punishment first and foremost, I would say, that do a lovely job of elucidating in narrative form.
I was going to open some cards in this stream, but I'm getting through this video way too slow, so I'm probably not gonna. But that tournament that I played in, that card tournament, like 2 months ago, they never sent out my prizing. So I emailed the tournament organizer, and I said, I never got my prizing. And they said, okay, give us your information, we'll send you out prizing. Well, they sent me prizing for the tournament for a different game. I play the Dragon Ball card game. They sent me One Piece card game prizing. And I was like, oh, this is dumb. I don't even play this game. I don't know anything about these cards. But I messaged a guy I know who plays all the card games. And I was like, hey, they sent me One Piece prizing. Is this worth anything? And he said, oh, you lucked out. He said the Dragon Ball prizing for that tournament, the most you could have got out of it was like 40 or 50 bucks. He said that One Piece prizing you got is worth 100 minimum and could be worth more depending on what you get. So I was going to open those cards and do a price check on them because I don't play that game and I don't collect those cards. So I'm just going to sell them. I was going to open them on the stream and then do a live price check of what the cards were worth. But I probably won't do that on a stream because it's getting late.
How these self-evident moral presuppositions are necessarily nested inside this broader narrative metaphorical substrate, and that you use your rationality divorced from that metaphorical substrate at your peril.
All right, calm down, George Washington Carver, Mr. Pepper guy. Calm down, pepper scientist with the plix and the calyx and the placenta. Calm down. Mr. Matt, I got some wings. I got some frozen buffalo wings in my freezer. I don't have cornstarch, and I don't have the cool little fryer that you have. How should I just, I know I could just throw them in the air fryer, but how do I make them juicy and delicious like yours were without deep frying them like that? You know, you got any tricks? I just got a frozen bag of buffalo style, not breaded. They're just buffalo wings. Should I just air fry them up? What would you do?
And I believe that to be the case. I think that's an accurate psychological summation.
Formation.
Thank you. I'm curious if Matt.
He's formation at the mouth.
You think?
I have plenty.
So it's rather surprising, and I promise you I don't mean this to be insulting because I definitely place you considerably higher than most of the apologists that I've engaged with. But there's a common theme from the apologists, and that is
you're
not really an atheist because. Now, in Dr. Peterson's case, it's you're not really an atheist because, in my mind, an atheist is someone who would be a murderer.
7 grams per.
And so I'm just, rather than saddle you with that, you just think you're an atheist, but really you're not. From other apologists, it's you think you're an atheist, but you're not because God's written his moral code on your heart. Is what this is essentially, as far as I can tell, what was expressed in some way, that there's a moral foundation, a moral center that God has imbued people with, and that we all know this or we all recognize it, or you're not really an atheist, or this is what an atheist would do. An atheist is somebody who doesn't believe there's a God. I am not convinced there's a God. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm convinced there are no gods, although that is a subset of, hey, I don't believe there's a God, and then there's a subset that is, I believe there are no gods. This is, as I've talked about previously, independent of whether or not I can be a moral being or do good things, is independent from whether or not there's awe and wonder or purpose and meaning in my life. In much the same way that, previously they wanted to kind of say, oh, this is a secular humanist
in a shallow pan
regime that was just awful.
with
Well, it
what?
wasn't secularism.
I don't want to use
There were
use
atheist
oils.
fans who wrote me that were
Right?
like, oh man, I can't wait till you do this conversation with
I use like bacon grease or
Jordan. And
something.
I was like,
Problem with bacon grease
and
is it
still,
freaking
I hope that we have many
melts
more
and it
conversations
like
as
sticks to
well.
the bottom of the pan.
Because just saying one thing that I find irritating is never going to be enough to get rid of me. But I asked them.
You have to be thawed out though.
Great, I'm not that familiar with him. What is it about him that you like, and what are the concerns? And they came back with a bunch of things. None of them said anything about agreeing with views on religion. They seemed very confused on those things. And so the good news for them is that while he thinks atheists would be murderers, he doesn't actually think you're an atheist. And that is his way of getting around acknowledging things that conflict with his worldview. I don't get to decide who is or isn't a true Christian. I didn't even get to decide that when I was a believer.
But neither do
I
Christians.
definitely don't get to do it now. So if somebody tells me they're a Christian, I'm going to have to accept that. I have a model in my head of what that means. I have a model in my head of what it means to be a Muslim, but I'm willing for them to explain to me what their model is. I know people who identify as Christian atheists. They really love the stuff that Jesus said, but they don't actually believe there's God. Thomas Jefferson famously cut out the Jefferson Bible and removed every reference to the supernatural and miracles and things like that because he really admired the teachings of it. And sure, I think you could be a cultural Christian in that if you wanted to. It's strange to me that I'm not sitting
level
here
16
with
quest.
somebody
I don't
like
want a
Ray
level
Comfort
16 quest.
when I'm told you're not really an atheist because you're too good to be an atheist. And this is what atheists hear all the time when they come out. They've been sidelined because of religious privilege around the world for years. And then atheists come out to their family members or friends or people they've known for years, and they're like, you're an atheist? How can that be? You're such a good person. I've known you all this time. It's because the mindset of what people have about what an atheist is has been poisoned by religious proclamations. We have been
I could say the converse is true.
and it is seeped into every aspect of
The
culture,
atheist
right
minds
up
have been poisoned
to the
towards
height
what a
of
religious
intellectual
person is.
pursuits. And it's time for that to end.
That wasn't like a deep statement. And what came first?
And I hate to tell you, you get the last question for us.
Atheism is fairly new.
Sorry.
People throughout history always believed that there was some sort of higher
They're
power.
flagging me.
Okay. You want to
So
talk
I would
more
say the
about
opposite is
consciousness
true.
or more about morality?
The atheists have
Your
had their
question,
minds
man.
poisoned towards
Okay.
religious people,
Um,
not the other way around.
morality? Yeah. All right. Fine. So
Yeah, because that'll be quick.
yeah.
Not like consciousness would have been any quicker.
So Matt, thanks so much for coming back to Toronto. Always great to hear you talk. Dr. Peterson, thanks for coming. You seem
Everybody in the audience
Mr.
looks the
Peterson,
same.
You seem sort of very willing to talk about how evolution and biological underpinnings can influence the meta-narrative down the road that, underpins our lives. But can't it also just be that evolution underpins morality without that extra step? Like, isn't it enough that the only animals that evolved are the ones that didn't die, and the only ones that evolved in the only ones that evolved into a society are the ones that could live in a civilized society? Like,
What?
isn't it really clear that there are evolutionary underpinnings to morality, and that
Isn't it really
there
weird
are
that
animals
evolution
that
can't be
display morality,
proven or
and that it's
observed
not just
or
humans?
tested
We're really good at it, but we're not the only ones.
or predicted? We've
Well, I
never
would say
seen
certainly the last part of the
interspeciation
question is
evolution
that
happen.
You can see what, like morality, in some sense, is an emergent property of group interaction. It's more complicated.
frozen.
than
I
that.
can't move.
It's group
Stop.
interactions across time. It's more complicated than that. You see the clear underpinnings of morality in animals. Sure. You're asking, does there have to be something metaphysical beyond that?
No, I'm saying what
okay.
seems metaphysical to us is just because we're like really faulty analyzers of the real world, like the whole shadows in the grass type one, and like false
Look, it's
positives, false
possible.
negatives. But like, why we wouldn't be a society if we were just naturally.
I can't remember it. Baked wings with
disposed to
drumsticks.
being immoral.
Thighs is where it's
Like,
at.
morality is entirely selfish. It's really good for me to be moral because my life's really good that way, and it makes me feel really good to be nice to other people. If it felt like shit to be nice to other people, I wouldn't do it.
Well, it
so
does
we evolved
sometimes.
to be moral. There's a reason it makes
no.
us feel good.
Well, okay. Look, I'm going to refer to Jung again.
If you're, I don't know if you're
Jung
talking
did
about paganism, Dean, but that's not the.
hypothesize that
That's nowhere near the same
God-
thing as
he talked a
atheism.
lot about
Paganism
the
had
God
multiple
image of human
gods.
beings, which was distinct from God. And you could say, let's go back to the psychedelic issue.
I don't know of any
could say
ancient
that
civilizations that
People can have
denied
intense mystical experiences, even
the existence of
intense
any
mystical
sort of God.
experiences of a deity directly, let's say, because that does happen, without that being construed as evidence.
And if there
for
were
the
any, they were
existence
probably
of a
so
deity.
minute, so small that we don't know
The
anything
religious
about
instinct
them
could be
because
built
they
so deep
didn't
into
make it
us
very long.
that we can't get outside it, even if it's just a materialistic instinct.
Well,
That
some
is
of
a
us can get
possibility.
outside it. Like, I'm outside it. Sorry.
Let him finish because we're out of time.
Oh, well,
and I wanna-
but I don't really know how to distinguish between those things. I'm not even sure that you can distinguish between them. Now, do I have anything else to say about that? Closing. No, I guess I don't. I mean, I tried to lay out these views, the answer to your question, in detail in my first book. It's about 600 pages long.
Book plug.
And it's really, 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 really hard. But
Ma-
it does
ma-
address
meaning
what
of
you're
matter-
asking, and I don't think there's a real simpler way of doing it. I didn't find one.
I only have a couple things to add before we close this out. First of all,
Map
I have
of
no idea how
meaning,
long my first
maps
book's
of
gonna be,
meaning
but
or
it won't
something.
Be 600 pages. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Also, I don't think I have anything specific to tag on to your question because I get the impression that we're likely on this similar pages.
Barbecue
because I think
thighs.
that this is that the moral, cultural aspects of this are something that happen naturally. We observe in other primates senses of fairness, and the key cornerstones for morality, from my perspective,
What'd he say?
while I gave an outline for a secular moral system. The
Oh yeah, he
foundations
liked
of
them
that
thighs. He
are
liked them
empathy
thighs.
and the desire to have a good life. And the last note is one time when I was on LSD,
Oh God.
I was staring at the wood grain on the bathroom door. I don't know why I was in the bathroom, but I was there.
Probably
And
because
from
you
the
felt
wood grain on
nauseous from the
bathroom door, an
LSD.
image formed. This is not a
Everybody
joke.
starts tripping when they go in the bathroom.
It was a strawberry with an S on its chest, and a face and a cape. And Super Strawberry flew off that bathroom door and did a lap around my head before it smacked right into the door and became wood grain again. Coolest trip ever.
I feel like he's lying.
And despite that, I don't think it points to the reality of Super Strawberry or his abilities.
I think he's lying because LSD ain't like
because that was an incredibly unfair applause line
You
to
don't
end the
see
night with,
freaking-
I'd like to let Dr. Peterson give one last remark, and then we will thank you all and say goodnight. So if you have anything to add or close with on anything we've discussed this evening.
True, I took a bath at the end of the acid trip.
Well, I only have one thing to say. I mean, I'm very pleased, for what that's worth, that these sorts of discussions are taking place,
What are we
and
supposed
that
to do
there's
now?
an
Am I supposed to
avid
fight all these
audience
guys?
for them. It's like great, you know? Yeah.
And on that note of complete agreement, thank you guys so much for coming out. We really appreciate it. I look forward to seeing you sometimes when we come back through. Cheers. Great job.
All right, video's over. I can't fight all these guys at the same time. What the heck? No. What are you doing? Why would you want me to do this? This is a horrible quest. No. What the heck? No. I'm running into more danger. I'm going to die. What? Hold up. Stop. Stop. Just stop it. No, you're killing me. Stop. Leave me alone. Get away. Get out of here. Notorious Serpent Reaver Captor Amos blah 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 blah. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's get away from there. Are they following me? I'm still taking damage. Serpent's Tongue Lashing. Slay Serpent Reavers. 5. Okay. Alright, video's over. DJ Solid Stuff with a baked potato. Solid Stuff with a baked potato. Solid Stuff with a baked potato. I don't know what that means. Let's play this video Daddy Jub told me to watch. Hopefully it's not long. It ain't from him. It's a clip he reposted from Newsmax. I know, that's all Benny Johnson does. That's why I didn't play it, because he doesn't do anything original. Everything he does is stolen, and he usually doesn't credit the people that he steals it from. Let me see. Copy text. I'm talking to Daddy Jub like he's still here. Oh, okay. He credited him in this one.
Tape, I am told by people in the know, not necessarily in government, not necessarily out of government. I can't say too much, but there is incontrovertible evidence of Joe Biden's corruption that is about to be made public. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen before Labor Day, but it will happen sometime between Labor Day and Halloween. This tape will be made public. I'm not sure by what entity at this point, but once it is heard, Joe Biden will have, well, he'll have only 2 options. Number one, he will not be able to remain a candidate for the presidency for re-election. It will be over and done with. The only thing that he might be able to do, potentially, but probably not, is remain as president. I am told this tape is that incriminating, and they're worried about it right now at the White House. They know about it. They know it's out there. There may be more than one, and it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well that was a worthless clip. Thanks, Daddy Jub. That didn't tell me anything. You mean there's a video that incriminates Joe Biden in corruption? Big shocker alert there, and it's not going to come out for it's not August, September 5th. It's not going to come out for a month. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that ever comes out. They'll shut that down, nip it in the bud. They'll nip it in the bud before it has a chance to see the light of day, even if it's true. You think there aren't 1,000 videos incriminating Joe Biden of corruption? I don't know what the point of sending me that clip was. What the heck? All right. I'm done, guys. It's late. I got to go to bed. Or I got to at least lay down and start winding it down. We got to wind it down. I haven't played Final Fantasy in a while. I like these streams where we just watch a long video and talk about it and play a nice brain dead game. You know, it's nice. So we've been talking about food for so long. I want some food. Yeah, I kind of want some food too. How long was that video? It was a minute. But it really wasn't anything. It was saying allegedly there's a video of Joe Biden corruption that's not going to come out for another month, and when it comes out it's going to be really bad. Like, I think there's probably 1 million videos and audio recordings of Joe Biden's corruption, and a lot of them are already publicly available. It didn't stop him from becoming president. You know, it didn't work before. Josh, take the meds before you sleep. I don't take meds. Worst meds I ever take is ibuprofen and Dayquil. And I don't even need that. I feel fine. I'm 100. 100. Be safe. Enjoy tomorrow. No, the Jordan Peterson video, how long was that? It was 1 hour and 30 minutes. But it took me a freaking 6-hour stream to get through it. It took me 4.5 hours to get through it because I run my mouth too much. I'm running that mouth. What'd that mouth do? Pause. Pause. What the? What the? If everything we already know isn't enough to bury Biden, then there's nothing coming out that can make it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why Daddy Jub sent me that clip. Like, that like means nothing to me. Also, the October surprise, the real October surprise, isn't going to happen until next year. That's going to be interesting to see. Good night, JS and chat. God bless. 100 to 81 is. So take meds. I don't know what you're talking about, Jalen. I don't know what that means. I don't speak that gibberish. All right. I'm going to go, guys. God bless. Have a good night. Do your silent prayers tonight. I'll see you in the chats in the morning. Go to Lord Bibby's show after Hake's show. And I'll see you all there. Goodbye. Bye.